I bought an absolute dream car for me, Escort Cosworth. Fellas, I can't tell you how buzzing I am. This was bought as a project. I bought it from Paul Linfoot Racing. It was never bought as a road car. It's got no MOT. It needs a lot of work doing. Fortunately for me, it doesn't need expensive parts. It just needs a lot of time. But before we do anything, I want to get it at least drivable and hopefully maybe even get an MOT on it. But it's not expensive parts. It's just a lot of time and a lot of effort. If you paid someone to do the work, it will cost you a lot of money. Fortunately, I'm willing to have a go myself in the garage. So first off, let's show you what it needs. So you might also notice I'm using a car ramp in the garage. This car ramp is brand new to me and I'm very scared when I'm using it. I'm worried the car is going to drop on us and squash us. Right, so the first job, what we need to do is, you can see the brake discs are a bit knackered. They look a bit just worn out, you can see there. So obviously we'll change the brake pads as well. And from the underside, the brake pads are even worse. So that's one thing we need to do, change the brake pads, and while we're on it, we'll change the discs. So I've never changed the discs or the pads on the back of a four-wheel drive Cosworth. I've only ever done two-wheel drive. Now I think it's going to be pretty much the same, but let's start by taking the rear wheel off and seeing how we get on. You can see the car is running quite a big spacer on the wheels. The wheels are ET25 and this spacer looks like it's at least 15 or 20 milli. So the first job is to remove the brake caliper and the brake caliper retaining bracket. This is held in place with 4 bolts. We've got new ones to replace these dusty old ones. So you can see these brake pads aren't completely gone, but while we're doing the discs, it makes absolute perfect sense to change the pads as well. So now the brake caliper's off, we'll just remove the brake caliper retaining bracket. This is just held in place with 2 bolts. You'll also notice while I'm taking this brake caliper bracket off, everything's painted red. There's also a lot of parts under the bonnet done. I think one of the previous owners must have got a touch-up pen for Christmas and they've just gone a bit crazy with it. So there's a lot of stuff painted red on the car. So there is the caliper bracket off. So now we move the disc, hopefully with these. So you can see here the discs I've took off, absolutely knackered. These will go at the skip of work and the scrap skip and they'll get melted down and they'll probably get made into like a Dacia Duster or something, do you know what I mean? So they'll at least see some more life in them, just not as a brake disc. Right, so in here we've got our new brake discs, nice and clean. Let's get them on the hubs. Once the brake disc is on the hub, we'll put the brake caliper retaining bracket on. So next what we need to do is we need to wind the caliper back in. It's not like a normal caliper on a normal car where you can push it in. You have to use a special tool. This is a laser tool and these pins locate on the caliper, on the piston, and you actually turn it back in as you push it. So let's figure. So that'll sit on there like that. Wind that down. Then you wind this handle and it pushes the piston back in. It's pretty easy to turn the handle. It might look like I'm struggling a bit, but it's not hard. And once you've fully wound it in, you'll feel the piston come to a complete stop at the bottom. There we go, that's stopped there. So that's fully wound in. Then we've got some brand new brake pads to go on the car, which will sit on there like that. Right, let's get the caliper back on. You can see all the seals are still good on the caliper, nothing to worry about. Everything looks good, so we'll put this back over, hopefully without making a mess. There we go, like that. Once everything's in place, it's just a case of bolting it back up with the bolts what we removed. Bit of copper slip on so they don't rust in place. So once it's all back together, we'll check it's all tight before we put it back down. But before we put it back down, I'm going to give the disc and the caliper a clean with some brake cleaner, just so I don't go through a brick wall when I first drive the car. Right fellas, I'm happy with that. It's all back on, nice and tight. So what we'll do is we'll put the spacer back on, like that. Then we'll put the wheel back on the spacer. Right fellas, there is the back discs done. I've also put a new battery on the car. This is, I think, what's been on the battery on the car while it's been sat for 6 years in the fella's garage. So the next job, what I noticed is the wheel has got no play up and down, so the bearings are good. But if I go side to side, that should not be moving like that at all. That should be as solid as it is that way. And when we look underneath, you can see the bottom ball joint has got a lot of movement in it, and that's what's causing the wheel to rock like that. I imagine if, which I haven't, if I drove this car on the roads without an MOT, you would feel that, you would hear it a lot. So we'll change that before we do any driving in the car. We'll start by removing, yet again, the wheels. The car's actually fitted with lock and wheel nut keys, and I'm going to get rid of these. I don't like them, they just cause issues. So I'll just replace them in the future with some normal wheel bolts. Next, let's remove the bottom arm. First job is to remove this 24mm bolt that puts the anti-roll bar through the bottom arm. Then we'll remove the bottom arm from the lower engine cradle, held in place with a nut and bolt. Then the next job is to remove the anti-roll bar, and these bolts are renowned for being a bit of a pig. For some reason, I don't know if they're in the firing line of the weather, but they seem to rust in place and cause issues on most Cosworths. So you need to take care when removing them. These ones were super tight, or at least super corroded in place, but in the end we managed to get them out after a selection of different tools. Once everything's loose from the car, we can then gently remove the anti-roll bar. So you can see there, it's off the bottom arm. You can feel that's knackered, but you can see these are adjustable as well in the middle, so you can make these longer to adjust, I don't know what it's called, camber, is it your camber? You can see they're all polybushed, but unfortunately that end is knackered. I think you can replace that, but to be honest, I've got some standard ones, so I'll show you what I've bought to replace these. Right, so this is what we've bought to replace the one that's knackered. If we look on the floor, hopefully they're near enough the same, well, they are the same length, I think. So hopefully the wheel shouldn't move much in the arch. So we've got one bottom arm off, I'll get the other one off. Right fellas, so you might have seen when I removed the anti-roll bar, this bracket on here, the threads go into, like in here on the car, and there's like a captive nut welded on there. And what happens is sometimes when you take these out, they snap the captive nut that's welded in there. So you can see they're a bit tight, so what I'm going to do is I've got a tap, and I'm going to run this tap down and clean the threads out, fill this full of grease for when I refit it, so hopefully next time it just comes out nice and easy and I don't snap the nut off or damage anything. Because to be honest, when you look, it looks like it's actually been repaired before. It looks like it's got some helicoils in, so it looks like someone's actually stripped the thread at one point and fixed it. But like I say, I'm going to run the tap down, clean the threads up, so next time it should come out nice and easy. So for the tap, I've just put a little bit of grease on the end so it goes in nice and easy, and we'll just wind that in. Right, so with a bit of grease in, we'll just wind the tap in nice and easy. Feel it there, biting on something. There's obviously something in the threads there that's stopping that tap. I can make it tight. So hopefully we'll just be able to cut whatever it is off with the tap. What a tap does is it actually cuts a thread. So what we're doing is we're cutting a nice thread, or at least removing the high spots of the damaged thread. There we go, I think that might be through there now. Put my drill on and we'll whiz that out. And in there now, we should have a nice good thread for when we put the bolt back in. So we'll just do the one above. As you can see, that's just gone in, no bother, by hand. Now that all the threads are cleaned up, that should hopefully all go back together, no bother. So what we'll do is we'll get the bottom arms and we'll start reassembling it. I've got a feeling it might be a bit of a pain with the anti-roll bar, we might have to bend the arms in. We'll figure it out. Got no other choice, have we? So with this new ball joint, I'm not sure if it's meant to be greased, but I'm going to put some grease on just for my own peace of mind. Like I say, I don't know if it's meant to be greased, but I'm going to put some on. Now this is a bit where I think I might get some swear words out. What I need to do is I need to get the anti-roll bar on, and I need to get it through the little holes on the bottom arms while still mounting it up, and I think it might be a bit of a pain. But let's have a go and see if we can get the anti-roll bar back on without losing my sanity. And I don't like being under the car like this, especially on the new ramp. So I found the easiest way to get the anti-roll bar on was to get on my back, slide under the car and lift it up like a bench press, put it through the bottom arms and tighten everything back up. So we'll give the discs a quick clean because I don't know if I've got my oily fingers on them. Just using some brake cleaner. So next we'll put the driver's side wheel on and torque it up to the correct setting of 4 or 5 ugga-duggers. Then we'll go around to the passenger side and do exactly the same, torque it up to the correct ugga-dugger setting. Then before you know it, I've got 2 new bottom arms fitted to my new Escort Cosworth. Right fellas, we've got a big problem with the car. I'm a bit worried at the minute. I'm worried it might be the head gasket that's gone. I've been driving the car, I've done maybe 20 mile, and in the last 2 mile the car has massively started overheating. It is also, I know that looks alright at the minute, but I have took some water out. It's pushed all the water into the bottle that was literally full to the brim. So what I'm going to try is, I think maybe it's a blockage. I hope it's not the head gasket. Hopefully it's a blockage. So I'm going to take the thermostat housing off, check the thermostat's alright, we'll check the water pump, and we'll also check there's no blocks in the radiator, and hopefully we can get this car working again. So like I say, let's start by taking this silicone hose off the radiator and dropping every bit of water out the engine. To remove the hose, you just undo this Jubilee clip, then pull the hose back and it'll drop all its water into the tray I've put underneath. Right, so get this, I've took that bottom radiator hose off and the expansion tank is still going down but very slow. Look, the lid's off. That should shoot down. All that water should be gone pretty much straight away. So there's definitely, I think, a blockage somewhere on the coolant system. But you can see the coolant looks good. There's no rust. It looks pretty clean. It doesn't look like it's like full of gunk or rust or dirt or anything. So let's start by removing the thermostat. The thermostat is held in place in the thermostat housing, and there's 3 bolts to remove the housing to get at the thermostat. So there is the thermostat out. I mean, it looks alright. So what I'm going to do is just quickly, I'm going to put that thermostat housing back on, put that bottom hose on and put some water in and just see if it works. See if the thermostat's knackered. Now you can test the thermostat to see if it's broken by putting it in some boiling water. But let's just put the thermostat housing back on, redo the 3 bolts and connect the hose. So let's drop the car down. We'll put some water in, let it run, and cross your fingers that was a thermostat, fellas. Please, cause I don't want to do a head gasket on it. Let's put some water in here. And then we'll start it up, see if we fixed it. Right, fellas, it appears that the car is not overheating. You can see there on the temperature gauge. Now, I've got a thermostat. So we're going to head home, put the thermostat in and try it again. So let's drop the water, take the thermostat housing out, put a new thermostat in, connect everything back up, fill it with water and dry it. Let's take it out and see how it goes. I think it's going to overheat. You see that there, that is the temperature gauge. We'll keep an eye on that. It should sit about halfway. If it goes above halfway, we're going to start to overheat. Right, I've pulled over, so we'll check the tank, we'll check the pipes, and we'll see what's hot and what's not. That's cold, the tank. That's hot. That's cold. See, the level is, it's about where I'd set off, to be honest. Temperature gauge is sitting good. So what happens is, it seems to get hot. Whoa, I've just caught out there. So what happens is, if you give it a bit of welly, it does seem to get hot. I don't know why we cut out there, but let's see what happens. Right, we're back in the garage. Let's see what the expansion bottle looks like. So when I got the car back to the garage, it cut out and it wouldn't start. It's never done this before and I don't know why it's doing it now, but that is not the only problem we've got. It's not starting now. Let's have a look. What's going on here? Right fellas, the car is overheating. That bottle is cold. The engine's red hot, like it's in the red. That bottle is cold. This pipe goes from the pump into the radiator. That pipe's hot. Then where it comes out the radiator, that pipe's cold. These pipes are cold. What on earth is going on? So genuinely fellas, at the minute I am at a total loss. My biggest fear at the minute is it's going to need a head gasket. Worst case, head gasket. Best case, I think it's going to need a new water pump. So that's where we're at. Honestly, I'm absolutely gutted. I don't know what to do, and I'm so scared it needs a head gasket. I've never ever done anything like that before, like a head gasket, but if it does need one, I'm going to do it myself. But before I start pumping money and parts at it, what we're going to do is we're going to remove all the pipes because it's overheating, and we're going to flush the full cooling system on the car, see if it's got any gunk, any slugs, anything just lurking in the system that will cause some kind of blockage. So let's pull some pipes, get some water and flush it all out. Before we start to flush the engine, we need to remove some of the pipes, and I'm going to start with the two pipes that are connected from the engine to the radiator. There's one pipe each end of the radiator and they both go to the engine. The car is fitted with aftermarket silicone hoses, but that shouldn't make any difference as to why the car is overheating and got a blockage. Next, let's grab the hose pipe and get some water. So let's check the radiator isn't blocked. I've got this pipe off the one end of the radiator and I've got another pipe down here off the radiator. So if we put some water in, it should free flow all the way through and come out. If it backs up and comes out here, we've got a blocked radiator. So as you can see fellas, with the hose pipe in one end of the radiator, it is free flowing out the other end, so that tells us there isn't a blockage in the radiator. So next, let's remove the thermostat. Then we can there shouldn't be any blockages anywhere, so all the water should flow everywhere through the system without anything to hold it up. So here is the thermostat and part of the thermostat housing. Next, let's put some water in the header tank. With the radiator pipes off and the thermostat housing off, the water should come out around the thermostat area. So with the expansion bottle full, it's not going down, it's staying, or it is going down very slowly. So as the water in the header tank isn't flowing out, I thought I'd blow on it and see what happens. And when I do blow, it does come out. I don't know if it should be like this. I don't know fellas, I don't know what is going on with the water system on this car. So this pipe here is the return from the turbo, and if we fill it up the water level doesn't change. I would have expected that to go down, even though it's a return. Maybe it does get blocked by the turbo, I don't know. So that pipe runs from the header tank along here to the turbo, so let's take it off and see if there's a blockage somewhere along this pipe. So I'm thinking maybe there's some kind of one-way system in the turbo that doesn't allow the water to backflow. Nope. That water is coming out the end of this hose absolutely perfect. No restrictions at all in that bit of hose. So next I took the pipes off the heater matrix and put the hose pipe to that. There was no blockages anywhere in the heater matrix. The water flows perfectly through all of that. Right fellas, honestly I'm at a total loss. I've got water flowing everywhere apart from, it gets a bit iffy around the turbo. It is a water cooled turbo. I don't know if the turbo pumps water as it spins or whether it should be free flowing, but I think we might have to stick a water pump on, see how that goes, and just pray it's not the head gasket. That is a big expensive job. So to remove the water pump from the car, the first thing I need to do is remove the thermostat and the thermostat housing. It's held in place by 3 bolts. Right, so there's a thermostat housing off and everything's clear on it, there's no blockages. I can't see any issues with the oh, it tastes horrible, that antifreeze. I can't see any problems with anywhere on the thermostat housing. So let's now take the water pump off. I've never done anything this big on a car before. So the first job when removing the water pump was to remove the auxiliary belt. This powers the power steering, the alternator, the water pump, and it's got a tensioner wheel on it so the belt doesn't fly off when the engine's running. The next job was to remove the pulley wheel from the water pump. This gives us access to the bolts behind so we can take the water pump off without taking the timing belt off. So looking at the water pump, it looks like it's done about as much work as a full-time Yummy Mummy from Newcastle, but even new parts can have faults. So let's take it off and have a look. So there is the water pump off. Now honestly fellas, I'm a bit gutted because it does look absolutely brand spanking new. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing. Like I say, I think this has been fitted and left. You see there's a tiny little bit of surface rust where it must have been, I don't know, but there's a tiny little bit of surface rust, but that is a brand new water pump, that. If we take the cap off, it's brand new. So I don't think it's a water, like if I hold the ends, it's, the impaler's tight, do you know what I mean? It's not, I don't know fellas, gutted. I'm at a point now, what do? What do I do? Everything's clean and clear. You can see all the holes there, they're all perfectly clear. I mean, this is that new, I might just stick it back on. Right fellas, so as I was saying, this bottle isn't getting hot with the coolant inside isn't getting hot and it's filling up. But like I say, it's not getting hot. Now the return comes from the turbo, so the water comes out here and back to the bottle. So that's the return. The pipe comes around, it goes into the turbo, it's a water coolant for the turbo, it then goes through the turbo to there, comes out this pipe down here and into the head. But if I blow in this pipe, it's blocked. There's something blocking it, so I think that could be the cause of some of our problems. So let's strip them pipes off and see if there's a blockage in there, see what's going on. And to find out if there's a blockage, we're going to have to remove the pipes. I think they're stainless steel and they're held in place with a big 19mm banjo bolt. This bolt allows the water to flow through the pipe and into the turbo. Right, so that is flowing free, there's no blockage in there. So it tells us it's either that last pipe or the turbo that's got the blockage. Right, so I've got both water pipes off the turbo and the only place that can be blocked now is inside this little port. There must be something blocking the water from coming through the turbo to the pipes. So to check for a blockage in the turbo, what we're going to do is we're going to put in a cloth here and we're going to blast the airline through and see if we get air coming through. Best case is it blasts a load of gunk or rust or something out, then hopefully that'll unblock the turbo and we'll get some water flow. So if I blow the airline in there, I can now feel the air coming through. If we look at that cloth, it hasn't really blew much out. I don't know, fellas, I just don't know. Right, so if you look at these two pipes, fellas, off the turbos, if I put some brake cleaner in the hose, it should come out of this hole in the centre of the bolt. That's where the water comes through. So if we squirt some brake cleaner in, it should come out the hole. You see it's not on that one, it's coming out around the bolt. But if we check this one, see it coming out the middle of the screw. So let's take this one apart. So I think there might be something up with the bolt. Oh, look at that. Bingo, fellas, this could be it. This could be what is blocking a pipe and causing the overheating on the car. So if we take the other banjo bolt off the other pipe, you can see what it should look like. This allows the water to flow into the bolt and round the pipe. Right, fellas, so this is why we weren't getting any flow through the turbo. We've got a bolt here that's gone rusty. Can you see there? If I blow in here, in this hole, it should go through, then out these holes of the bolt. But absolutely sees solid, like there's no air going through that. And the way, it's horrible, that antifreeze. And the way these work is, there's like a tube here and it's got a ring round, then that goes in there. Then the water flows round. So obviously that was the blockage in the turbo. Now thanks to Graham Good on eBay, we have in this bag some brand new bolts. Can you see them in there? And they also come with the washers. These come with like a soft washer, so it squashes and makes it like it's like a gasket, so you don't get any water leaks. So let's get these on the car and we'll try and blow through it and make sure we've cured the fault so we'll get water through, and hopefully this might fix the car so it doesn't overheat. Then we haven't got to do a head gasket. So to fit the pipe we just need to remove one of these bolts from the turbo housing. I did remove this when I removed the pipe, but then I put it back on to save losing it. So you don't want to lose your nuts and bolts, fellas. And that pipe goes on there. This is the return to the bottle. This is the water out of the turbo. And that'll go there. We'll get a new bolt. You see it comes with the new washers. These are aluminium. Sometimes people use copper, but obviously this time we're going with aluminium. Now if you remember, before we've done these, if I blew in this pipe, this is what we've just fitted, the air didn't come out the other end. So let's give it a test now and blow in it. Haha, that is 100% better. So let's see if we fix this Escort Cosworth. Let's put the heating system back together and we're going to start by putting a brand new thermostat in the thermostat housing. Right fellas, we've got the thermostat in the thermostat housing and we've also got a new gasket for the water pump. So let's get the water pump and the thermostat on the car and see if we fix the issue of the car overheating. Honestly, I'm desperate to find out. Now before we can fit the thermostat housing, we need to fit the water pump, and I'm refitting the old one. There was absolutely nothing wrong with it to me. It looked brand new, so we're going to refit it with new gaskets and new bolts. Once the water pump is fitted, we can then fit the thermostat in the housing, and that again is held on with 3 bolts. Once that's in place, we can then refit all the hoses to the cooling system and refit the last hose to the turbo where we had the blockage. Right, so before we start it up, let's put some coolant in and we'll listen for water dripping out. I'm sure I've got everything tight, but just in case, we'll start by just putting some coolant in. Now the coolant we're using, as you can see, is oat coolant. It says right there on the bottle. I didn't know this, but there's different coolants for different cars, and my car needs an oat coolant, O-A-T, oat. And once it's full of coolant, we'll fire it up and check everything is getting warm. Make sure we're getting water flow all around the engine through the water pipes. I'm over the moon, the car is running. all the pipes under the engine bay, all the water pipes are getting hot where they weren't before. So by unblocking that pipe on the turbo, I think we've fixed the overheating problem. I can't actually tell for certain yet because the car cuts out. It'll run for about 5 minutes, then it just shuts off. I'm going to try and get it running. I would love to take this for a drive, but at the minute I can't. So in this video, fingers crossed, we're going to try and fix it and find out exactly why it keeps cutting out and why I can't drive it. So I thought I'd start by cleaning some of the sensors out, and the way I'd done it was I disconnected the sensor, sprayed some brake cleaner in, then I sprayed some WD-40 in, then I blew it out with the airline just to try and clean it, plugged it back in and see how we'll get on. So you'll notice if I leave the car running, it does cut out by itself, and when it does cut out, the fuel pump is still running, so that tells us the fuel pump is not the issue. If we leave the car to cool down for about 10 minutes, it will restart, and with some help from Andy Gallagher in Scotland, he recommended checking some parts with the multimeter, and you can see with the car running, the fuel injectors are getting the full power from the alternator, which is over 13 volts, and when it cuts out, it drops down to battery power, so that's telling us we've still got power to the injectors when it cuts out. I then went on to check the coils on the car. Right, so we're still getting 12 volts to the coil and we're getting 12 volts to the injectors, even though I'm guessing if I try and start it now it won't start. So the next step was to get a Noid light set, and this is an electronic fuel injection test light set, and what you do is you disconnect the electrical connector from your injector and plug the Noid light in and start the car. Now the car will run on 3 cylinders, but what the Noid light does is it shows you when the injector will be pulsing fuel into the engine. If the Noid light doesn't light up, that tells you the injector isn't firing fuel in. I also ran exactly the same test with the Noid light on the coil, and that would simulate the spark of the spark plug. Right, so with the Noid light, you can see we're getting it flashing when we're cranking it for the spark from the injectors and for the coil. So we'll leave it running till it cuts out, then we'll plug this back in and see what we're not getting the light lighting up for. If the coil's not lighting up or the injectors, we can then take it from there. So as predicted, if we leave the car running, it does just cut out, and when it cuts out you can hear the fuel pump is still running. So we'll plug that Noid light in. In theory, the car, if it wasn't broke, should still run. It should still run on 3 cylinders. We've disconnected one injector, so like I say, it should run on 3 cylinders. Let's see, this should still light up. If it doesn't light up, we've got a problem. So with the Noid light not lighting up here, that's telling us the fuel injectors aren't firing fuel in to start the engine. Right, so that's not lighting up. Let's now try that on the coil. And on the coil you can see that is also not lighting up, which means the spark plugs aren't sparking. Right fellas, so we're going to have to buy some parts, and I'm going to start with a crank sensor to see if we can get the car running. Now a crank sensor for a small turbo Escort Cosworth is £112 on eBay, but apparently a Z-Tech, like a Ford Z-Tech engine crank sensor will fit. This was £30, so we're going to take the one off the car, put this on, see if it works. Cross your fingers for us. Let's start by getting the car on the ramp and up in the air. I am still very nervous using this 2-post ramp. I imagine it's going to squash us one day, but let's hope it's not a day, and let's get this crank sensor changed. And if you don't know what a crank sensor is, it's basically a sensor that tells the ECU on the car the position of the crankshaft in a certain spot, that tells the injectors when to fire and the spark plugs when to spark. And let's remove our crank sensor. The first step is to disconnect it from the engine loom, and then get a 13mm spanner and squeeze my fat hands in to disconnect the crankshaft sensor bracket from the engine. Right, so here is the small turbo Escort Cosworth crankshaft sensor, and you can see how much that's sticking out. About 13mm. So if we can get this one about the same, then hopefully it'll work. And like I say, this is off a Z-Tech, or it's actually off a Focus ST170. So if we can see if we can get this, what's hopefully knackered, out of here. And you can see over the years someone's pried it with a screwdriver, so I think we'll join suit. There we go. So there is the crankshaft sensor of the Cosworth. Here is the Z-Tech one. I think what we'll do is we'll chop that little bracket, see that little where it must hold on the Z-Tech, and obviously it's not on the Cosworth, so we'll chop that off so it doesn't get in the way. And that should slide into there. So there is the new centre in. You can see the old one. Only difference really being the angle that it comes out, and I've chopped that bit off. But hopefully that should do the trick. It's nice and tight in there. It's the same diameter as the old one what we took out. So in theory that should work. Let's get it on the car. To refit the crank sensor, it's pretty easy. It's just a case of doing up two 13mm bolts. Then we'll cross our fingers and see if the car starts. Right, so the car starts. Let's leave it running and cross your fingers it doesn't cut out. Normally once the car gets up to temperature, it'll cut out with the old crankshaft sensor on. With this one, well, like I say, we'll put a Ford Focus one on. So let's see if it works. It is obviously working at the minute. So now that we've got the car running and driving, like we can drive it for a distance that won't cut out, it is still a bit spluttery on tick over. So let's have a look at that and see if we can sort the tick over out on the car. So I thought I'd start by removing the idle speed control valve. This is held in place by two 10mm bolts. And my thinking was, with this car being sat for like 7 years, maybe it's got a bit gunked up and dirty. So let's take it off, strip it down and clean it. Right, so we've got the sensor off the valve. It all appears to be moving fine. But I think what we'll do is we'll just put some brake cleaner in and just clean it out, just so we can rule this part out that's been broken. This is just a bit of brake cleaner what I'm squirting in, fellas. This is ideal for removing dirty old oil deposits. Let's get this back on the car. So to refit the idle speed control valve, it's just a case of bolting it back up with the two 10mm bolts and refitting the electrical connector in the back. Let's fire the car up and see if it's still running like a bag of spanners on tick over. So as you can see, fellas, the car is still not happy on tick over. Let's try something else. So with the car being sat for 6 years, in here I've got a brand new fuel filter for the car. Now they are different on an Escort Cosworth to like a Sapphire or a 3-door. So they're a lot bigger. So there we have the new fuel filter. I was hoping it was going to come with the crush washers, but it hasn't. So hopefully, there's the crush washers in there, so it should seal. So let's get under the car, we've got on the lift, and get this new fuel filter fitted. This fuel filter was a bit of a pig to remove. One end had all the original metal banjo bolts and they'd gone rusty, but I did manage to undo them. But the other end, someone had fitted an aero quip fitting and the spanner was starting to slip and lose the hex on the aero quip fitting, so it was even worse to remove. Right, so this aero quip fitting is starting to feel, it's all aluminium, and you can see it's all kind of rotted away there, and to be honest it looks knackered up here as well. So I think if we can get this off, we'll replace this kind of fitting. I've never used these before, and to be honest I would rather there was steel than aluminium. But let's see if we can get this off. Obviously we can't use a grinder because it's fuel. I'll end up with a burnt down garage. But let's see if we can get this off without making any more of a mess. Full thing's just twisting, it doesn't appear to be unscrewing. There we go. Right, so we've just stripped that bolt, so we need to find another way of getting it off. Now obviously it's full of fuel, so I don't really want to use a grinder. But you know what they say, fellas, go big or go home. So it's out with the angle grinder, and if it backfires and blows fire in my face, I'll have to get my eyebrows tattooed back on. So as you can see, we've ground down the head of the bolt, so let's get a flathead screwdriver in there and see if that'll pop open. There we go. Look at that, a rusty fuel filter. This filter, it must be well over 10-year-old. You can see it's been on when they've shulced underneath the car. So next what we need to do is remove this bit of screw that's still stuck in. That's what clamps it. That's where the bolt header strip was. So we need to remove. It's stuck now. There we go. We need to remove this bit of screw that's still in there. So to remove the bit of screw, I did try some pliers, I tried some mole grips, and it just wasn't cutting it. So the only thing left to do was to get the hot glue gun out, weld the nut on, then try and turn it off gently with the nut welded on. So let's get a 5mm nut, get the MIG welder, and try and stick it onto the top of the screw that I've just ground off. So that wasn't a good success. I've welded the nut to the pliers. Right, let's have another go. Another nut. Let's see how this works. Looks better. Let's get a socket on it. Oh, it just fell off. Let's have another go. Nope, that's welded to the pliers. Another go. Nope, same again. Another go. Yes. Come on, gently does it. Ah, it fell off. Not getting very good at this, fellas. That's another nut knackered. Now I appear to have welded my spanner to the nut on this one, and it doesn't work. So we've got quite a collection in the end. Now I think the heat must have loosened the screw, so with my mole grips I was able to gently go backwards and forwards and eventually get the screw out of the bracket. Yes! So as for the original banjo fitting that someone had fitted to the fuel filter, I just got a pair of tin snips and chopped it off. To be honest, it was a bit rotten, it was a bit corroded, and it wasn't any good. I would rather use something a bit more simple. I always think if you overcomplicate things, there's more to go wrong. So let's see, we chopped it off and we'll replace it with something else. You can see here where it's oxidised and starting to fall to bits. This could just cause a fuel leak and cause a fire. So the only place this is going to go is in the bin. So if you've watched any of my videos before, you'll know I love a bit of sandblasting. So we took the bracket to work, put it in the sandblaster and blew every bit of rust, old paint, crud and everything off the bracket. And as it's bare steel, we'll take it home, clean it down with some panel wipe / degreaser. Then we'll take it outside to my paint booth and we'll give it a good coat with some satin black paint. Then we'll leave it outside to dry for a couple of hours and move on to another job. For the next job, we're going to change these reg plates. Honestly, GB plates to me are one of the worst human inventions since men's Ugg boots. So what we're going to do is, we're going to get rid of these manky GB plates, and we've got some nice dealer plates from DMB Graphics. These are actually got like, that's what the car would have left the dealership with from you. So it's got the dealership at the bottom. If you want some of your own dealer plates from DMB Graphics, I will leave a link to DMB below. But let's get rid of these GB plates and hide these in the bin. Right, so to start, let's remove the cap and the screw that hold the plates to the car. Oh no, it must be stuck on. Oh, there we go. Oh no, someone drilled the boot lid to put the plates on. Now before we stick the new plates on, I'm just going to give it a quick polish behind the bumper, just for my own peace of mind. So this is actually where the veg plate should mount, but it looks like it's still got masking tape on there in the hole of when it's been painted. So I don't know, we'll leave the masking tape on and I'm going to reuse these holes what some absolute animal has drilled into the boot lid. Right, so we've got the old veg plate here and it did sit alright. It wasn't on the cockeyedness, on the piss. So what we're going to do is we're going to reuse the holes. I was tempted to stick it on with some veg plate tape, but I don't want to pull any paint off. So we're going to drill the veg plates and stick them back on the way they were when I got the car. So let's say I'm going to reuse the holes because it did sit alright. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the new veg plate on the back of the old veg plate. I'm putting them back to back so when I drill through it doesn't push the sticker off the back of the new veg plate. Then with the masking tape we'll stick them together. Like that. We'll do the other side. Same again with the masking tape, fellas. Line them up. Like that. Then we'll get a drill bit that's about the same size as the hole that's in the veg plate. Put in our drill. Set the drill to drill. And bang it all in. Then we'll do the second hole. I'm not putting any real weight on this, fellas, I'm letting the drill do the work. There we go. Then we'll take the tape off. And to put the plates on the back of the car, I've got some new caps and some screws here. Let's see, I've cleaned the back of the car so it's ready to go straight on. Then we'll just remove the protective film from the new plates. I'm also just going to put a little bit of grease on the end of the screw because I don't want the hole to go rusty on my boot lid. Right fellas, I'm sure you'll agree, them plates look a lot better than these GB ones. Right, looks like the front one has been stuck on by some absolute barbarian. Ah, God, what they got this on with? Oh no. Right, so I've got the front plate off and it's even pulled off the little bumper inserts that hold the bumper screws, cap cover things. So we'll pull these off. Tell you what, this is some good veg plate tape. Oh no man, it's pulled the paint off the cap. Fortunately it'll be hidden behind the veg plate. Right, we'll put them back in here. Like that. And that. Now we need to clean up this absolute disaster. Right, so to clean the bumper we're going to use one of these. This is called a toffee wheel. I don't know if it's called a toffee wheel because it looks like toffee or it smells like toffee. Maybe it's a combination of the two. But I'm going to use it in a battery drill. I'm not going to use an electric drill because electric drills are kind of faster and I don't want to burn the paint. So we're going to go nice and slow and hopefully remove all this veg plate tape with the toffee wheel. We'll put it on setting 1 so it's quite slow. If you want your own toffee wheel, fellas, I will leave a link on Amazon below where you can get your own. So once I'd removed all the manky veg plate tape with the toffee wheel, I then give the bumper a quick clean with some car polish just to remove the old clinkers, just so we've got a nice clean surface to stick the new veg plate to. Right fellas, you might notice there's actually no holes in the bumper to stick a veg plate to. so I think we might have to use some reg plate tape. We'll certainly not be putting as much on as that, but we'll put a bit on, and I'm going to avoid putting it on the caps that hold the bumper on. Right, then we'll peel the plastic covering off, like that. Oh, nearly, like that. If anyone's got some tips on getting this straight, leave it in the comments for next time I do it. Right, so if I put my fingers like that. That's on. We'll take this cover off. Ha ha! How much better does that look than loads better. Like I say, fellas, if you want your own plates, D&B Graphics, link in the description. So we've got the fuel pump bracket all cleaned up, and we've also got some new fittings for the fuel filter. So there's one banjo bolt. I'm sure I ordered two of them. Obviously not. And also then in here we've also got some more fittings for the fuel filter. Before I fit the new fuel filter, I'm going to quickly run a tap down these threads to clean them up. And we'll take that out. Then we'll get the new fuel filter out of the packet. You can see it's got to go a certain way, it's got a flow rate, so you want your fuel in and your fuel out. Just put the new fuel filter in. Then I've got a new screw to go on there. There is the new fuel filter in the reconditioned bracket. A lot nicer, fellas, a lot nicer. Right, so under the car, from the fuel hose, let's remove this bolt I put in to stop the fuel coming out. Then we'll put this fuel clip on, followed by a new bolt thing, like a, forget what you call these, like a banjo bolt. Then with the new clamp clamped up, we'll give this a good tug, make sure it's not going to come out, and that is nice and tight in there. Then next, with the new washers that were supplied with the fuel filter, we'll fit the washers with the new bolts. And you can see there's two different size washers for two different size bolts. The washers are made from aluminium, so they actually compress when you tighten it, and that's what stops the fuel from leaking out. Right, there's the fuel filter fitted. Let's see if the car will start. Right, so as you can see, the car's running. We'll check underneath for fuel leaks. And it appears that is a successful fuel filter change. Right, fellas, now with the new fuel filter fitted, it is unfortunately still spluttering and missing on takeover. For the next job, one of the most common questions I get is, Adam, when are you going to fix that gap in the front bumper? Can you say, hey, it's actually dropped down, it's not connected? It is an easy fix. All we need is one of these. One of these. I've had this all the time. It's just something that's never really bothered us. But I'll show you how we'll fix it. So in order to fix a bumper and to make it easy for me and easy for you guys to see what I'm doing, I'm going to put the car on my new 2-post lift and get it in the air. Right, so you can see there, fellas, where this clip goes, it just goes in that little hole up there. So if we push the bumper where we want it, and we'll put that in, turn it, like that. And you can see there, fellas, we've got a lot better of a gap on the front bumper. That is the driver's side and that's the passenger side. Both looking exactly the same. Right, so the car isn't cutting out anymore. It is still like a bit lumpy, a bit spluttery on tick over. But what we're going to try and sort out is it's got a misfire on tick over. So in here we've got some brand new spark plugs, 4 new spark plugs. Now the small turbo Escort Cosworth is the worst Cosworth to do the spark plugs on. It's a bit more awkward than a big turbo, a Sapphire and a 3-door Cosworth, but let's show you how we do it. So the first thing you need to do is pop the bonnet, remove this cover which is covering coil packs and the HT leads which are connected to the spark plugs. Now I'm no expert with spark plugs, fellas, but that doesn't look too bad to me. There's no oil, it looks nice and black. Everything I would expect to see. Now when you buy a new spark plug, they should come pretty much gapped, but let's check. I think they should be about 0.8 on a Cosworth. I think it's meant to be slightly bigger on a small turbo, which is what we've got, but we'll go for about 0.8 of a gap. And you can see that feeler gauge, that 0.8 feeler gauge fits in that spark plug perfectly. So with the new spark plug gapped and fitted in the cylinder head, we'll tighten it down, then we can move on to the next spark plug. And you'll notice this one is slightly different to the first one we've done. This has a coil pack fitted to the top of the HT lead. The small turbo Escort Cosworth has 2 coil packs and each coil pack powers 2 spark plugs. And this is the second spark plug. It looks just like the first one and all the other 4 looked exactly the same. They look like they're performing pretty well. There's no oil. They look good. It's everything I would expect to see on a used spark plug. Once all 4 spark plugs were changed, fellas, it's then time to put the cover on. This cover covers the spark plug holes, the HT leads, the coil packs, and finishes off the rocker cover perfectly. The cover is held in place with 6 13mm bolts. Right, let's start the car up and see if we fix the spluttering. It does only seem to splutter when it's warm, so let's let it warm up, see if it's still spluttering. So I'm not sure how well you can see on the video, but it does appear to be still misfiring. You can see the engine shaking as it's sticking over. The revs are picking up, the engine's trying to compensate for the misfire. So we've still got an issue somewhere in the sensors on the engine, I'm guessing. So fellas, I have been driving the car and one thing I've neglected to do is an oil and filter change. Now this car's been stood for 7 years, so God knows what the oil's like inside. So I've got a brand new oil filter here. I've also got a brand new tub, 5 litres of Miller's oil. So let's get the car on the ramp, drop the oil and see what the oil's like, because this oil in the car is going to be at least 6 or 7 years old. So one of the most common questions I get is on the ramp in my garage. So I am going to do a video on my second channel showing you around the ramp and explaining it. I didn't do a video of how I installed the ramp because I'm not a professional and I didn't want professionals telling us I'd done it wrong. But so far I've had no problems. But like I say, fellas, this ramp still makes me nervous. Right fellas, so with the car on the ramp, you can see there's some plug here, what we need to undo with what looks like a 13mm socket. Now I always have a bad time catching the oil out the engine, so I'm going to use my car cleaning bucket. I'll take my sponge out and my detailing brush, and I'll use this bucket to catch the oil and I'll clean it out afterwards. Right, so with my bucket, let's catch the oil. Look at that, it's worked like a treat. So here you can see this engine oil coming out the engine. Like I say, this engine oil is probably 7 years old, but it's everything I would expect to see. It's just black engine oil. It doesn't look like it's got any moisture in. If it's got moisture in, you tend to get like a bit of white sludge. But like I say, fellas, it all just looks like used jet black engine oil. Everything you would expect to see to come out of a Cosworth engine. Now while that oil drains out, let's see if we can get this oil filter off. You can see the oil filter tucked up here on the side of the engine block. When you put a new oil filter on, you generally tighten it up hand tight. So I always try to undo it by hand because I haven't got a proper tool. But unfortunately this time it wouldn't undo by hand. So it was time to do my pikey way of removing an oil filter. Now you might cringe here fellas, but what I do is I get a big long screwdriver and a hammer, and I hammer the screwdriver through the oil filter and slowly turn it to remove the oil filter from the engine. Then with the old oil filter off the car, we'll get the new oil filter and we'll prime it with oil. We're basically just filling it with oil, so when we first start the engine after the oil change, it doesn't run dry. It's got as much engine oil as possible on the first crank. So I've took the old, this is the old sump plug off the car. This is just a normal sump plug. It's not magnetic. I have got an old magnetic one which I'm going to refit to the car. And the benefits of a magnetic sump plug is they catch all the little bits of shavings that come off the engine, and it all connects on the end here. You see that magnetic? This is the old one off the car, and you can see that's not a magnetic. So we're going to refit this old but perfectly fine magnetic sump plug on the car. So when we refit the magnetic sump plug, it does have a copper washer, and the copper washer basically squashes, and that stops any oil coming out, stops leaks basically. Once the sump plug is fitted, we can then fill the engine with oil. Now I believe it takes about 4 litres of engine oil. What I normally do is I put about 3 in, then I keep checking it on the dipstick till we're about 3/4 of the way between the minimum and the maximum level. And then just like that, the car's had its first oil and filter change in 7 years. For the next job, we're going to replace these clear indicators. This car should have came with orange ones, and in this box I've got some brand new clear amber indicators. These were off eBay. You can get cheap ones, and the cheap ones don't fit. You have to modify them to fit. Now I'll leave a link to these, but what I will say, unfortunately they didn't come with the bracket that holds the bulb, but I do have some new bulbs. But let's take this one off. So to remove these, you give it a twist and pull, then it should unscrew. You see it's got overspray on from when the car was painted. We'll take this orange bulb out, like that. And in this bag, we've got some new bulbs. I didn't go with cheap bulbs, I got some decent bulbs. These are Lucas ones. There we go, so we'll cut them out of the packet. Oh, the one fell out. There is a new bulb. Now because you're going from a clear indicator to an orange indicator, you can get rid of the orange bulb, because the orange indicator will provide the white light with the orange light. So that goes into there, and that clips onto there somehow. Oh no. So if you look at the new one to the old one, can you see this counterbolt from the top face here to the inside to this locating face? This one is slightly shallower like the old one, and the new one is deeper, so that's what's stopping this from clicking onto there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a file and keep it perfectly flat and rub it down. Hopefully that'll work. Right, now let's see if that'll work. Yes! Then we'll put this in the wing like that. So I've got one more indicator to put in on the other side of the car, then I'll catch up with you when I've done this. So we'll put the hazard lights on and give them new side repeaters a quick test, and to me they look 10 times better than the aftermarket clear ones that were in the car when I bought it. So moving on with the theme of the lights, we're going to replace these clear lights. Now on the standard car these should be amber with the fog lights. I do have the fog lights in the kitchen, but I think I'm going to keep the RS500 grills for now. But let's replace these indicators in the bumper. So I think what I need to do is put a screwdriver in here, and these should pull out like that. Come on. There we go. We'll replace this with a white bulb. New bulb in, because you do not want double amber. Then in this box from Graham Good Racing, we've got some brand new amber indicators. You should push into there. There we go, it clicked into place. Now personally, I think these look a lot better than the clear indicators that were in. So with that side done, let's jump to the passenger side and do that one. Now this passenger side didn't go as well as the driver's side. I tried doing it the proper way by removing it from the inside of the car, peeling it to the outside of the car. That didn't work. So then I went from the outside of the car and tried to take it out the wrong way. And guess what happened? You dirty get. So after smashing the light, I then removed the brake duct vent to see if I could get it that way, just to try and make it a bit easier, fellas, to try and get it out without doing any more damage. Especially, I do not want to damage the bumper, because we're flipping arm and a leg to buy, and so are the grills. So the only thing I want to damage really is this bloody goddamn indicator. What the hell is going on here? Wow, check that out, fellas. Someone's flipping glued it in, no wonder I couldn't get it out. So it was meant to be a 5-minute job, turned into a bit of a pig, fellas. You can see someone stuck the old indicator in with a load of like windscreen glue. So we'll have to get that off as well. Now we can't put the new indicator in with all that glue in there. So I think what I'll try is, I've got a windscreen blade, and we'll try getting it off that way. Look at that. There's some absolute animals out there, fellas. Right, so I think that's the best I'm going to get the hole, so let's test fit the indicator. Right, so the light goes in, but unfortunately you can see the paint I've damaged. There's some down here and there's some at the sides, so let's clean that up. We'll remove this. So with this clean cloth, I'm going to get some panel wipe on and I'm going to rub the scratches down. Then I've got a touch-up pen from my local paint suppliers, Madge Paints, and we're going to touch it in the best we can just to take your eye off it so it doesn't stand out as much when we put it back together. So while we wait for that touch-up pen to dry, for the next job we're going to change these side repeaters. These have been painted over, these are the same colour as the car. These come out, they're different on the Escort Cosworth, so they are expensive. You can't actually buy new ones. So I've got some reproduction ones just here. Hopefully it'll go a lot easier than replacing these on that side. So let's take these out and put these in. This is what the car will come with originally, clear indicators or side repeaters. These are actually the indicators. So to remove the side light from the wing, there's a spring here what you pull, but it looks like someone's cable tied this one in. So we'll give it a snip. And we'll pull this cable tie away. And this should just pull out. You can see it does actually have a bulb in, but obviously these are painted so you're not going to see the bulb. So while we're here we'll put a new bulb in the spotlight. So how's this for Chinese quality? Here we've got a genuine Ford side light and you can see the hole there where the bulb goes in. There's a Chinese one. I think it's a bit off, mate. Hopefully it'll go in. It has gone in somewhat, so we'll put this back in in the wing. Now unfortunately, when I put the light in the wing, the fit was absolutely atrocious. It fit like a Primark t-shirt. There was lumps and bumps sticking out all over. So I took it back out, and with my Dremel I sanded some of the high spots down where they'd stuck the lens to the back of the light, and that did help, but still wasn't perfect. So I took it back out and sanded the back of the light down, which brought the back of the light in with the wing. So there we have it, fellas, the new lights in the wing, and they look a lot better than the painted red ones I were in before. The fit still isn't perfect, so what I'll do is I'll try and remove the paint from the original ones in the future, but I'm more than happy with the way they look for now. So while we're working on the front end of the Cosworth, we've got another job to do. This Ford badge is, I'm guessing, the original badge, and it's kind of oxidised. It's gone all lumpy and bumpy, so that needs replacing. Hopefully it'll be a quick and easy job, just a case of pulling it off and putting a new one on. So let's see if we can get this Ford badge off without doing any damage to the paintwork underneath the grille. I'm going to try and probably it's the wrong way of doing it, but I'm going to try and get a Stanley knife blade and slide it in behind the badge. Now ideally what I would like to use is some dental floss, but I'm from the northeast and our teeth are minging, so we don't use stuff like that. So there's none in our house, so we're going to have to try this blade. Snap the blade. Right, so let's see if we can get a bit of thin wire out the middle of this. So we'll unravel this, snip it. So to get a bit of thin copper wire out the middle of the coil of wires, I cut the sheeting, like the plastic outside sheathing, and pulled it back. Then when it was exposed, I would then just pull a wire free from the bundle. Right, so I've got one bit of copper cable wire stuff, so we'll put it behind the badge, see if it works. So here we go, fellas, first attempt. Let's see if we can get this badge off. Oh, I've snapped the bloody wire. Second attempt, let's see if we can get this badge off the grill without any damage to the paintwork. Oh, I've snapped it again. See if we can get this badge off without any damage to the paintwork underneath. Haha, we're through. Yes! So you can see there the badge and where it started to oxidise. I mean, this badge will be 35-year-old. You can see it's a genuine Ford one. It's got the Ford logo on there. So I'll keep this for some strange reason. It's no good. But let's replace it with a new one from eBay. So before we fit the new badge, we'll give the area where we took the old one off a quick clean with the toffee wheel. This removes all the old residue the old badge has left behind. So now we've got a nice clean surface to stick the new badge to. Here you can see the new badge from eBay. These are made in China. This is the original Ford one. You can see it's a slight different colour, but the size is pretty much within a Midgey's knacker, exactly the same. So let's get this new one on the car. There's the new Ford badge fitted, fellas, and looking a lot better than the old one. The next job on the car is something I've been wanting to do for a long time, but I've never got around to it until now. So the car is fitted with the original splitter. This part isn't original. This is a carbon fibre replica of what should be there. This is what should be on. This is a genuine Ford part. It's got a Ford part number and stamp on there. It is adjustable. You can run it in 3 positions. You can see it's got 3 holes there. I think I'm not going to run it fully extended because it's got more chance of catching on curbs and bumps and speed bumps. So I'll probably run it all the way in, to be honest. But let's see if we can get it on. So one of the first jobs is to get the car on the ramp and up in the air. Right, now unfortunately it looks like the splitter has took a bit of a knock at some point. It looks like it's been kind of glued back together, and there was this homemade bracket on there to hold it all together as well. So hopefully we can get that other one on, the standard one on, without too much damage. Right, so the splitter is actually adjustable. It's got 3 holes, which you can see in there, 1, 2, 3. So you can adjust where it sits on the car. So I'll show you the 3 positions you can have the splitter. This is fully in. Is that the centre hole? So you can see there, you can barely see the splitter. But if we move it out to the second position, you can see that it's sitting out. Maybe it's half, maybe it's only a 1/4 millimetre. Look at that. Things like that. Which, to be honest, I quite like. Then fully extended. Then that there is a splitter fully extended. Personally, I think it's sticking out too far, and you can see all the marks where it's been, so I'm going to run it in the middle position. So to fit the splitter, we've got a selection of new nuts, bolts and washers. Right, so like I say, we're going to run it in the middle position. Once we've got all the nuts and bolts in place, it's then just a case of tightening it all up. Right, so that's the splitter fully on. Unfortunately, for some reason, that bit kind of flops about. So if there's anybody out there with an Escort Cosworth came around the solution for this, drop some me in the comments or messages on Instagram. So there is the new splitter fitted, fellas, and I think it looks a lot better than that carbon one on the floor what we've took off. So on the video we've put the new indicators in, new side lights, new indicators on the wing just there. We've also fitted a new badge to the grille, and now I think the car is starting to look absolutely mega. And previous to me owning it, it was sat in the garage for 7 years. And one of the problems with the car is, with it being sat for 7 years, the tyres have developed a flat spot on the bottom. So in here we've got some new wheels, and with any new wheels you have to buy new tyres, but I'm sure you want to see the wheels before the tyres. So let's just try and figure out how to get into this box. So these wheels are called Compomotive THs. These are an 18-inch wheel by 8 inches wide. They're a replica of an Oz wheel that was used for the Escort Cosworth rally car. They're a very, very high quality, and they're very popular for all Cosworth cars. Now when I ordered the wheel, it did come with some centre caps, and I believe there's some wheel nuts as well. So we'll open this box and see what's in here. Now, going from the weight on this box, I'm going to assume these are wheel nuts. Wheel nuts, full set of wheel nuts. Oh, and these are maybe some of the centre caps. They did come with, I did ask for 2 sets of centre caps. See there, we've got the standard Compomotive. This is matte black with silver text. You can see, matte black with silver text. So over the moon, absolutely buzzing with the wheels. Now it took us about a day to pick a set of wheels. It took us about 2 weeks to pick a set of tyres. Now I've got no interest in selling the car in the future, so I've gone for maximum overkill with the tyres, and we've gone for a set of Michelin Pilot Sport Cup 2s. Absolutely way overboard of a tyre for what I'm going to do with the car. Now don't judge us too hard, fellas, but one of the main reasons I picked this tyre was for the sidewall. I love the bubbled look of a sidewall. I'm not keen on the anti-curb rubber lip that's on some tyres. So one of my worries with the new wheel is the tyre size. The tyre size on the car currently is 225 40/18s. The new tyre is 235 40/18s. So it's a slightly taller tyre by about 8-9 millimeters, which doesn't sound a lot, but on a lowered car could cause issues. So before we get all the new tyres fitted to the new wheels, I've had one done. And let's tell you, just as it is now, it looks amazing. I love the way the tyre sits on the wheel. I love like a nice bubble tyre. I'm not a fan of like the anti-curb tyres. So this just looks absolutely amazing. So what we're going to do is we're going to get the car on the ramp, we'll take a wheel off and we'll see how this looks before we get all the other tyres fitted to the wheels. And if you're wondering why I only got one tyre fitted to one wheel, my thinking, right, was it's easier to return 3 brand new tyres and 1 part 1 than 4 tyres that have been fitted and took off. So if they don't fit, it's easier to get me money back. That's my thinking. And how much better does that new wheel look already? Right fellas, so a quick thing on the wheel nuts for the car. The ones I've took off are going in the bin, including, which you might think are mad, the lock and wheel nut. That I'm getting rid of the lock and wheel nut. The wheels came with a bag of chrome wheel nuts, which is absolutely nothing wrong with. But I'm a bit of a perfectionist with certain things. So I've bought myself some nice brand new black wheel nuts. None of them are locking. Just black plain wheel nuts, and that's what I want to fit, plain black ones. So the impact socket I'm using on my impact driver is a fat socket. It's got a fat like wall thickness there, and it's going to scratch the paint on the wheels. So I've got a normal socket with a bit of tape on, so we can get the wheels tight without scratching any of the fresh new paint off. Whoa, why is that loose? I've tightened them wheel nuts up and the wheel's loose. These must be the wrong wheel nuts I've bought. So this is a wheel nut I've just took off and it's not tightening the wheel for some reason. So I'm going to put the wheel nuts on what came with the wheel. You can see they're a deeper wheel nut. Right, so even with the new wheel nuts that were supplied with the wheel, it's still not tightening up. And the reason they're not tightening up is, I think someone's fitted longer studs to the hub, and the reason they've done that is the wheels were taken off, which are the Oz wheels, are running like a 10 or 15 milli spacer. There's only one thing for it, we're going to have to cut the wheel studs on the car. Now I did do some careful measurements. What I done was I dropped one of the nuts I want to use in the wheel and measured the depth from the back face of the wheel to the top of the nut, and that came to 40 millimeters. So if we can get the studs on the car between 38 and 30 millimeters, the wheel should hopefully go on. And the way to cut the studs, you're meant to put a nut on the same pitch as the stud what you're cutting, but I didn't have a nut, so I just got my angle grinder, chopped about 5 to 6 millimeters off the end of the stud, filed the end down so it was all nice and clean, had a nice chamfer on the end of the stud, then tested one of my old studs on to make sure it would fit on the thread. So we've got one of the studs here what we want to use, and we're going to do a test and make sure we're tightening on the stud and not on the nut, if that makes sense. So what we're going to do is we're going to put that bit of tape on there, then we're going to mark a line there. Then we're going to count how many turns we can get on the thread with this nut. Right, so let's have a go. Right, so that's 1 turn. Right, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. With these wheel nuts you can get 14.5 turns before it bottoms out inside. So when we put the wheel on, if we can get 10 turns in between, like, I don't know, 10 and 13 turns here, then we know we're gripping on the wheel properly and it's not bottoming out on the stud, so we shouldn't get any loose wheels. So let's see how many turns we're getting the wheel nut now with the wheel on. We've got 13.5 with the wheel off. We need less than that with the wheel on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11, and it's starting to tighten. That's about 11.25 turns. Right, that's 1 wheel stud on and that's solid. So let's get the other 4 on. Right, that is the wheel securely fastened to the car. So let's drop it down and see what it looks like. Right fellas, how mega does that wheel and tyre combo look on that car? I'm absolutely buzzing with it. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to chop the other 12 wheel studs, and I'll catch up with you when I've done that. So while I chop these long wheel studs on the car, fellas, I'm going to show you what's fitting these stickers. Now these wheels are made by a company called Automotive Wheels. They're a very high quality wheel, but they are a replica of a motorsport wheel that Oz produced, Oz Racing. So I've been on eBay and I got myself some Oz Racing stickers. And the reason I'm fitting the Oz stickers, it's a bit of a nod back to the motorsport pedigree of the car. And to be honest, I just think it looks cool. So with the remaining 12 wheel studs chopped down and the Oz Racing stickers fitted to the wheels and the remaining 3 Michelin Pilot Sport Cup 2 tyres fitted to the wheels, let's get them on the car, drop it off the ramp and see exactly what it looks like. Right fellas, that is it. I am buzzing with the car, I'm over the moon with the wheels, and it kills us for this next part. But unfortunately the winter's here, the gritters are out, I can't do it. So I'm going to pull it off the road and I'm going to do a job I swore I would never do again on a car. I'm going to fully strip the underside of the car and fix all the problems under there. So let's get the car up on the ramp and show you exactly why we're going to strip the underside of this perfectly mint looking Escort Cosworth. So if we come under the car, you can see somewhere in its life someone has just fully schultzed the underside, and when they've schultzed the underside they've just gone over everything. They haven't removed any of the rust, so they've basically just covered all the rust with schultz, which to be honest isn't really fixing any issues, you're just masking the problems. You can see there, it's all just falling off, and underneath it's obviously just full of rust. Like, look at this big bit here, look, watch. That's just a rusty bottom arm under there. Look at that. So we need to strip this bottom arm off. We're going to clean all the bottom arm. For some reason as well, the exhaust hasn't got an exhaust clamp on. I have been driving it like that, and obviously it hasn't fell off, so it's still somewhat alright, but such a shame someone's done this. This is, look, just schultzed over the rust. Why? I don't understand why people do that personally. We've got all the brake lines and fuel lines. Looks like the cable tied up there, so we'll have to sort that out. But one of the main issues, which to be honest I'm a bit nervous about tackling, are these front jacking point covers. You can see it's like it looks like a bit of wood, but it's actually not. It's a bit of steel in there. I'll show you by my magnet. There we go. But it is actually a bit of steel in there. But that should actually be like an egg box shape. It shouldn't look like that. I'll put a picture in of what that should look like. Someone's just, obviously the car's gone rusty. This is still an N-Reg Escort Cosworth, and you can see, I don't know, someone's just put a bit of box section in there. Now with the car, we're not going to go for like a concourse or a show condition car. What we're going to do is we're going to strip all the schultz off, we're going to clean it up and just get rid of the rust and keep it, I don't know, just get rid of the rust and make it usable. I'm not interested in my car being an immaculate showpiece. I just want to have it usable so I can enjoy it. I enjoy my cars with my family. I go out on a Saturday daytime or whatever and drive about. So that's the plans. Now you might be thinking, Adam, you've got that nice big beautiful ramp. It's going to be absolute perfect for doing the Cosworth. Now I'm not going to use the ramp. I'm going to swap the cars around and we're going to pull the 3-door out. We're going to get the Escort in and I'm going to lie on my back and do it on my back. This ramp, although there's nothing wrong with it, it's brand new, still makes us nervous. So let's see, we're going to get me back, we're going to get under the car, and we're going to start by stripping all the parts off, including the new wheels, what I've just fitted. So before I got the car off the ramp, I did do a small test on the floor pan, and you can see the original Ford stuff underneath the black schultz. Once we remove the black, you can see the original Ford like a creamy colour underneath the black. Now a lot of people are telling me to leave the Ford stuff, just remove the schultz and remove the rust. You generally find under the Ford stuff there is no rust. It only rusts where there isn't a Ford stuff, like where Ford have gone thin on the paint. So what I might do is I don't know, we'll see how it goes. I might remove everything from the floor and take it back to bare steel, or I might leave the Ford stuff and just hit the main areas of the rust to remove the bubble rust, then we can paint it and get it looking nice. But before we do anything, let's get the Escort off the ramp and out the garage. Then we'll get the Sierra out the garage, pull the Escort back in, then pull the Sierra in and close the door. Right fellas, so let's start by disconnecting the battery on the car, because we don't want any issues with electricity while we're underneath it. So we've disconnected the positive from the battery. Let's now disconnect the negative so it is fully disconnected. Let's start by jacking the car up. Honestly, I am scared to start this because I did do the underside on my 3-door and it took us about 4 years, and I really want this car sorted for the summer. But let's get it in the air, start taking it to bits. Now if you're thinking, Adam, you've got all winter to get that Escort Cosworth done, it can't be that hard. Let us tell you, I still work a full-time job. I've got a daughter, a girlfriend, a house. I've got very limited time to get in the garage. So I really need to make the time count to get this car ready for next year. So as I'm not using my 2-post ramp, I'm going to start by removing this plate that holds the rear beam on. Then I can put my axle stands on this bit of the chassis here. But the first problem I've came to is this bolt is full of shults, like the black undersail stuff. So I need to get it off so I can get me socket on to ugger it off. So the way I got the first bolt off was to hammer a socket over the shults and onto the bolt. Then once that's done, we can ugger it off. Once I'd got the first bolt off, I then done exactly the same thing with the second bolt, hammered it on and uggered it off. Right, so with them bolts out, we'll spin that out the way, and we've got a nice plate there to put the axle stands on the chassis of the car. So when I put the axle stands under the car, I am using a bit of wood instead of mounting on the awkward plate that the axle stands come with. It gives the car a bit of a softer pad to sit on and a bit of a flatter surface area to spread the load. Right, now next let's remove the rear wheels so we don't get them damaged while we're working on the car. These rear wheels have just been put on the car, they've done about 10 miles, so it is a big shame to remove them, but we're going to have to remove them to keep them safe. Then next we'll remove these screws in the wheel arch that hold the rear bumper in place. Once the screws are undone, we can then jump inside the boot and undo the 4 13mm nuts that hold the back bumper to the rear panel of the car. Right, there's the bumper off. Now this is the problem with doing jobs like this, where you put a full rear bumper and wheels and everything so they don't get damaged. So the car has been painted in its life, and you can see all this is full of overspray, that's why it's red. This should be black, but there's certainly no nasty rot. It all looks good and solid. This is a bit crusty, but certainly not knackered, do you know what I mean? That'll go again. Everything's solid on the back panel. You can see there where some of the paint's starting to peel, but I'm not painting anything, I don't think, hopefully. But it all looks solid and original and good, really. I think for the next job we'll remove the fuel tank. I have been running the car low on fuel because I knew I was going to be doing this job, so there's not much fuel in the fuel tank. To remove the fuel tank, there's a filler neck. It's got 8mm little bolt to undo. Then we can get under the car and undo these 2 13mm bolts that hold the straps to the shell that support the fuel tank under the car. Right, so I've undone the straps for the fuel tank, and worryingly there's fuel coming out. I can smell fuel on there, and it's a plastic fuel tank, so hopefully there's not a hole in the tank, because I don't even know if you can get new ones. Anyway, let's crack on and get this fuel tank off the car. Right, nearly there. So this is the last bit. What's all that? It's full of like goop. Looks like some kind of red grease. This is the last bit holding the tank to the car. So hopefully we can get this off. What is all this on here? Right, I've got the clip off this connector, but it's still not coming off. Don't lose that clip. Oh, what on earth is all this red goop? Right, I need to keep that. There we go. Let's try some brake cleaner on this, see if we can get rid of this grease. What on earth did someone put all that on there for? Right, we'll cut that aero clip one because I'm not putting the aero clip back on, but I might need to reuse this forward one. How do you think that comes off, fellas? I don't know if that'll be reusable. Right, we'll get order new ones of these. So we'll cut that. And we'll cut this aero clip, because that definitely won't be getting reused. Come on. There we go. Right, now this fuel tank should just pull away from the car. So like I said, fellas, this is a plastic tank, but I think there might be a hole in it somewhere. So we'll have to do some investigations, but obviously all this needs to come off. This is where your fuel pump and that is. Looks a bit minging, to be honest. We'll give that a quick investigation. Right, fellas, I've got the fuel tank off the car, and like I said at the beginning, there might be a hole in it, but we'll have to have a look. I'm going to wash it out. I'm going to get all the fuel out of it. Take it from there. See what goes on. We need to remove this door. This is where the fuel pump sits under. So we're going to have to take this off. You got us in, mate? Yep.
Oh, got a good bit here.
Right, now this should lift out. Somehow. There we go, fuel pump with all the gunky stuff. We'll clean this up and we'll have to reuse this. I'll order a new fuel pump though. And there is your fuel gauge sender. Minging job. So that is the fuel tank off the car. Next we're going to have to remove this back box so we can get the rear beam off and out. So to start with, let's remove this exhaust rubber that is mounted to the back panel of the car. And I am going to put a little bit of lubricant on just to help slide it off the metal, because it's probably rusted in place. Then there's another one under the car at the back of the back box, so we'll get that one off. Right, now with both rubbers off, hopefully we can break the seal where it's joined and we can get this back box off the car. Start by trying to get it moving. Oh, that's starting to twist. And if we keep rotating it, it should eventually just pop off. Oh, here we go. There we go. And you can see the markings on the back box. This is a Scorpion back box. Pretty common type of exhaust for Cosworth. Been around for years. Good quality exhaust. So we'll put this to one side, and hopefully I'll not get too carried away when I put it back together and end up polishing the life out of it. I want the rust off the car, so hopefully I'll just put this back on as it is. Maybe just give it a quick jet wash. So once the back box was off and out the way, I then started to remove the centre section. The centre section is fitted with a sports cat. It is all stainless steel, 3" all the way through, with a centre box. So once I've got that off, I then moved it out the way, find somewhere in my garage to put it, and then moved on to the next job. So for the next job, I decided to go into the middle of the car and remove the exhaust heat shield. This was held in place with some self-tappers and some giant washers, which someone must have added for some reason at some point in the car's life. But here it is off now, fellas, and you can see it's not too bad. It's a bit tatty in places, but it'll certainly go again. That's a bit you don't even see. So if we flip it over, this is a bit what you still don't see, but this is like the side that faces the road. What you would see if you went under the car. You see there, it's a genuine Ford item. It's got the Ford stamp, and it's got Schultz all over it. So someone's obviously Schultz the car with this in place, but it is actually, you see where it was stuck to the car, where it must have melted or got hot, and the Schultz is kind of stuck like a glue. But this will go again. We'll clean it up. So I'll put this somewhere safe, fellas, and we'll move on to the next job. Right, now next, let's try and remove the prop shaft. We need the prop shaft off to get the rear beam out, and there's 2 bolts just up here, and I'm hoping the prop shaft will break in 2 parts. So let's undo these 2 bolts and see what happens. Now there'll be 2 spaces. No, there's not, there's just washers. On the 2-wheel drive there's 2 big spaces under there. We have got 2 washers under there, so we'll keep them so we'll know the thickness when we put it back together. I think what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to remove the prop shaft down at the diff end. It is harder on a 4-wheel drive because the front wheels are on the floor, so I can't spin the prop shaft like I could on a 2-wheel drive. Now unfortunately fellas, I undone these bolts and the prop shaft still didn't come off. So let's leave it for now and move on to the anti-roll bar. The anti-roll bar is held to the car with 2 bolts on a bracket. Then there's 2 drop links that go to the bottom arms. Then next we're going to move on to the brake lines, because we do need to remove anything that is attached to the rear beam on the car. That includes handbrake cables, anti-roll bars, brake lines, ABS cables. There's a mountain of stuff fellas to come off before you can even think about dropping the rear beam on the Cosworth. Right, so we're almost at the point where we can drop the rear beam fellas. There's just a couple of more bits to undo. The next part, what we're going to undo, is the rear shockers that are mounted inside the boot. So let's get in the boot with the socket set and undo the bolt that holds the shocker to the shell. Then with the bolts out the rear shock top mount, I can then lower the jack and the bottom arm will fall away. We can then get under the car and start to undo the last 6 bolts that are holding this rear beam in place. I am going to support the rear beam with a jack under the diff. If I'm right, there should only be 2 bolts holding that full rear beam on now, so we'll undo them 2 bolts, then it should all drop away and pull it out. So before I undo the 2 remaining bolts, I put a couple of axle stands under the beam so it didn't drop on the floor and damage the beam, or more importantly damage my fingers. I don't want to lose any digits while doing this job. Now I think that's everything off the rear beam, so let's now drop it from the car. It sounds a lot easier than I'm making it out to be. I did have to get one of my good friends to come around and give us a hand so I didn't trap myself or hurt myself. 2 people just to keep it safe. It did eventually drop and I was absolutely buzzing. There we go. Yes! Oh God. Woo! In this video we're going to strip down the rear beam of the car. So this is the rear beam off the car fellas. I don't think it has ever been off because it's still got stickers which Ford would have put on when it was made. There's one there on the diff just down here. The sticker, it's under all this dust. It has had some modifications at some point. Someone's fitted some braided fuel lines. They've got some copper lines there as well, because these are originally steel and they go rusty, so it's quite a common thing to replace them with copper. Someone's also fitted some big gas gold coilovers, quite a nice upgrade. I might change them to some conies, like some spring and shock type things. So let's strip this down and get ready for sandblasting and powder coating. Now the Escort Cosworth is 4-wheel drive, so let's start by disconnecting the prop shaft that goes into the rear diff on the back axle. It's held in place with 4 17mm bolts. So that's the prop shaft off and out the way. Let's now remove the rear coilovers. We'll put the bolts back in for safekeeping. Next we'll do the rear brake calipers. First job is to remove this old handbrake cable. Right, now next fellas, we need to try and get these ABS sensors off. You see this one's starting to fall to bits, unfortunately. So I think we might have to try and replace these. You see there's meant to be a brake dust cover on there as well. That's the remainder of the brake dust cover actually. It should be like a big plate that goes around here to cover the dust, stop the dust. But obviously it's just rotted away, so we'll get a new one of them. So let's see if we can get this ABS sensor out the hub. Oh no, it's just span the nut. I think we might have to weld something on the top of that knotted bolt, then twist it out. Right, let's see if we can get the remainder of this ABS sensor out. Then I'll have to get that bit there of the bolt. I'll have to drill it out. It looks like this sensor's made out of aluminium and that's why it's just falling to bits like this. Look, it's just all coming apart. The sensor's still stuck in there, look. Yeah, it's out. Well, kinda. Right, so we'll get the rest of this hub off, then we'll come back to this damaged ABS hole sensor. Oh, there's a bit off there, look. Come on. Now you daft little sodger. There we go. There is the remainder of the ABS sensor out the hole. So now we've just got that little bit of stud, but I'll get that out later on. I'll drill it flat and I'll grind it flat and drill it out. Next job fellas, let's remove this hub. One side is left-handed, one side is right-handed. I think this is the left-hand side and it's torqued very tight. So we're going to use my 8-Mac driver to see if we can rattle it off. That's going the right way, I hope. And that comes off there. Then next we'll get a hub puller on here. Then with the hub off, we can then remove the hub carrier. This is held in place with 4 13mm bolts. Now, like I say fellas, this is maybe never been off in the car's life. The car has done 50,000 miles, and the only reason you would take this off is to do a wheel bearing, and a wheel bearing should really last more than 50,000 miles. So there's a good chance this is all original and has never ever been off the car. And that there fellas is the remainder of the brake dust shield. So we'll order a new set of them from Sierra's R Us. And obviously we'll get a new set of bearings for inside the hub. We'll get this all blasted and painted and looking nice. Next we'll move on to the anti-roll bar and we'll remove it from the drop link. And as you can see, I did have a bit of trouble removing it with the tools I had. I tried to use 2 screwdrivers to pry it off and it just didn't work. So I broke out the torch, melted the rubber, Then it popped off with absolutely no problems. Then we'll remove the drop link from the bottom arms. The job of the drop link is to connect the anti-roll bar and the bottom arm together. Right fellas, now this is all going pretty well. I haven't discovered any nasty horrors yet. The next job, let's remove the rear drive shafts. Now if you ever do this job fellas, these bolts might look like they're like an Allen key, but they're actually not. It's a T45 Torx key. Then once all the bolts are out, we can give it a tap with a hammer and remove the hub from the end of the drive shaft. Then we'll go at the end where it attaches to the diff, and we'll do exactly the same process again fellas. Avoid trying to use an ugga dugga gun, but like my dad used to say, do as I say, not as I do. So there is the drive shaft off, and you can see it's all full of schultz and rust and grease and everything else that the car's accumulated over the years. So we'll take this somewhere and get it refurbished. Maybe I'll have a go myself, I don't know, we'll see what happens. Now we're starting to get the bits where we might start to get issues. We've got two big nuts and bolts on each bottom arm, and each of the nuts and bolts are rusty. So what was a 19 or 17 milli socket has probably dropped down at least a millimetre by the time the rust flakes come off. So hopefully we can get these out without too much issue. I am going to put a little bit of heat on, see if that helps. Then we're going straight in with the ugga dugga gun. I'm not going to mess about with sockets because I don't think they'll come off, and I think these could be original. So there's a good chance they're well stuck, rusted and seized in place. So like I say, a little bit of heat, then plenty of torque from the ugga dugga gun. The main focus at the minute fellas is to get this nut off. If I can get the nut off, I can always hammer the bolt through and knock it out. So the main thing, we need to get this nut even off the bolt. Oh no, it's stripped this bolt on the end. I have to see if I can get a 6-sided socket on there instead of one of these 9 teeth or 12 teeth, whatever it is. Right, so we've got a 6-sided socket there. That's what I should have used at the beginning to start with. Let's see if it'll come off. God, that's stuck fast. Let's get a bit more heat on it. Yes! So here's another bolt what we need to get off fellas, and you can see what I mean about the hex size changing. So if I just see all the metal coming off, obviously that's just shrinking the size of the bolt. We need to get this off. This is the last bolt we need to get off for the bottom arm, and we can pull the bottom arm away from the beam. So that's a 15 milli socket what we've hammered on. I'm not sure what size it's meant to be, whether it's meant to be a 16, 17 or even a 15, but we've put 15 milli socket on there. This side needs to be a 19, so I've got 19 socket there. We'll hammer that on. Missed. Right, so we've got 15 milli socket on this side, we've got 19 milli on that side. We'll get some heat on it all. We're even going to heat up the socket. It's on. I don't want to try and take it on and off. Tell you what, we might try and take that off actually. We want to get this nice and hot. There even be a nylon nut, so it'll have a bit of plastic in. So once the tight is done, come undone. That should do. Right, let's get our gun on that side. And we'll get our socket thing on this side. Come on. you can. Some more heat on that, stopped. Yes! Hopefully that bolt will pull out. There we go. Right, now hopefully this bottom arm should just pull off the rear beam. Like that. Yes! So you can see why I think it's important to do this, fellas. If you look, it's all just rust under here. To be honest, if I bought a car, any car, and I wanted to keep it, I would always advise doing stuff like this. I know it's a bit of a rubbish job, but if you love the car, it's just something you've got to do, I think. If you've got a car, fellas, and you love it, and you want to do something like this, and you're too scared, or you haven't got the money, whatever, and you're thinking, I want to preserve my car, what can I do if I can't do what I'm doing here? My advice would be, get some kind of wax oil or lano guard, or even if you can't afford some of that, go to B&Q, go to Halfords, get some spray grease, some kind of spray grease, and just spray the full underside of your car wherever there's rust. Grease will stop things rusting, it gives a nice watertight barrier. That would be my advice. Put something over the steel, stop it rusting, stop it getting worse, stop your car falling to bits, fellas. Right, so for the next part, what we need to do is we need to remove the diff from the beam. Now these have got some big long 6-7 inch bolts, and I'm gonna assume these are going to be a nightmare to get out. So let's start by getting some heat on the bolts. And like I said earlier, fellas, this nut that's been holding this on is a nylon nut. So it's got a bit of plastic in the end there that stops it undoing, so the heat will help melt the plastic. Right, let's give this a go. So we've got a bolt on this end, we'll put this end on the bolt. Then we'll put the gun on the nut. Stop turning so we'll get some more heat on there. You can see the plastic at the bottom there bubbling. That's the nut off, but the bolt is still in the diff. And that is absolutely stuck solid in there. So with the pry bar, that bolt is still not turning. God. So let's try the gun on the bolt. Now this is steel, a steel bolt in the aluminium, which probably doesn't mix, to be honest. It probably reacts with each other. Not good. I don't think there's any threads in here. I think it's just like a bolt with it's a bit of bar with a little bit of thread on the end where the nut goes. So really, in theory, this should just knock out with a hammer. So what we'll try is, we'll get the hammer in this end and we'll ugga-dugga this bolt while we'll hammer this. Stuck that. Let's try putting a nut on the end and giving it a good old smack with this lump hammer. Right fellas, this bolt is absolutely not budging, and you might not know this, but I actually only bought this gun to do the underside of my 3-door to remove this exact bolt on the 3-door. Right, let's make a phone call.
Hello?
Hello mate, how's it going?
Hi.
Right, I'm trying to get these long bolts. Do you have the back diff of a Cosy?
Yeah.
It's got the long bolts that go through the diff into the beam. Are you with us? There's two. Pardon?
Through the diff?
There's the long bolts go on the beam.
Oh, sorry, I know what you mean. That hold the diff into the rear beam.
Yes, about 7 inches long.
Yeah. It's more than 7 inches. You've been lying to your missus for that long. You think 7 inches is that long? I know what you mean. You can't get it to turn, can you?
Nah, I've got the nut off the end,
Yeah.
but I can't get the bolt to turn. Any ideas?
Yeah, you have to whack it with an hammer.
What, whack one end of the thread?
Yeah, that's the only thing you can do. But even if you put the nut back on it, you'll still the thread.
Well, I'll get a new bolt. I'm not so bothered about that as long as it comes out.
Oh, yeah, you've got a windy gun, haven't you? What you need to do is put the windy gun on and tap the thread end with a hammer, and all of a sudden you'll start to manage to work it loose. And then once you've brayed it so that it's flush and it won't bray anymore, then just spray WD on the bit that's sticking out and bray it back in, and then just bray it backwards and forwards, keep spraying it with WD, and then you'll be able to chase it out with like a screwdriver.
Cheers, mate. I'll give it a go.
Yeah, you just keep working it backwards and forwards with WD, and then all of a sudden you'll come loose.
Right, cheers, mate.
Thanks, buddy. See you, mate.
Sure, mate.
Ta-da.
Right, let's give it a go. I've got a big hammer here. Paul has done this numerous times, so I'm daft not to take his advice. So let's give it a good whack while we're ugga-dugga at the end. Right fellas, there's a bolt out. That must be 7 inches long, mustn't it? One down, one more to go. We've got another one of these to get out on the bottom of the cradle. So let's flip it upside down. Then you can see the next one here goes from there all the way through. Now I'm guessing this one's probably got more rust because it's on the bottom of the diff, so it's going to get a bit more weathered. Let's get some tools on, see if we can get it off. First thing we're going to start with is a bit of heat on the nut to melt the plastic on the nut and melt the shunts what someone's put on. So that's the nut off. Now we just need to get the bolt out the diff. So I got a bit sick of hammering the bolt backwards and forwards, so I thought I'd chop the end off, then I can knock it back through the hole and pull it out the gap in the diff, and you know what fellas, it worked perfectly. Right, we've got two final bolts to get out the diff. We've got one this side, one the other side, so let's, I was going to say ugga-dugga it, but my ugga-dugga's not going to get in. We'll have to hammer that on, it's full of shunts. Yes! Yes, that's coming out that. We'll get a ratchet on that. Now obviously we'll replace all these nuts and bolts fellas. I'm not going to get these zinc plated and put back in. They're all going to get replaced with nice new ones without any rust. Right, last bolt to this side fellas to get the diff out. Yes! Right, now the diff should just lift up and out the way. Then There's the diff out, fellas, absolutely buzzing. That was a lot more of a challenge than I thought, but we've got it out. I'm not sure what to do with the housing. See, I don't know how far to go with the car, because I mean, who looks under a car and how far do you go and where do you stop? I would rather drive the car than have a nice shiny underneath. I would rather be out in it. Got one more job to do on the rear beam, and that's to remove these bushes. Now people say you need to press them out, and if I had a press in the garage, that's what I would do. I've also heard people say you can melt them out with heat, but I don't want to start melting big chunks of rubber like this in my garage. So I think with a fresh Stanley knife blade I can cut these out by slicing the sides. It's actually a bit tougher than I thought, but let's have a look. If I can slice some bits off these mounts, I think they'll just fall out, to be honest. Get under there, like that. And hopefully that bit will pull off, like that. Now let's see if I can hit this with a hammer and knock it out. I think that might come out. Haha, yes! When people push them out, they're pushing this lip. So I've just cut the lip off and it's literally just fell out. Haha, yes! Now, we've removed the rear beam, the petrol tank, the rear bumper. There's still a couple of bits to remove. So let's jump under the bonnet and start there. So let's start by removing this Christmas themed fuel pressure regulator from the fuel reel. As you can see, it's held in place with a Jubilee clip. I think we'll replace this as well because it's a bit naff looking, isn't it, with all that red stuff on. Then we'll remove this fuel hose from the back of the fuel reel, which is actually running without any kind of Jubilee clip. I've only just noticed this. Right, I'm not sure what's going on here, but it looks like this is some kind of sheathing over the original fuel hose. I think it might just be easier to remove the fuel reel altogether. So we'll undo these two M6 Allen bolts. So the fuel injectors are held to the fuel reel with a clip. The injectors are held to the inlet manifold with a rubber ring that just pushes into place. Right, then we'll take the fuel reel off. Now I feel like, fellas, this is starting to spiral already. I had no intention of taking the full fuel system to bits, especially on the engine. Right, so here is the fuel line, fellas, off the car. Now I'm not sure how far I'm going to go with this. You can see all the injectors are quite rusty as well, which is a bit of a shame. So I think we'll get some new injectors. I don't know whether to go all out and put a bit more power through the car, change injectors, put a slightly bigger turbo on, maybe the T34, go for like 350, 400, well, maybe 350 brake. But you can see the injectors, they're going to need replacing, or at least a good clean. See that? And there's some clips that hold them on. Well, that, you see there, some clips. If we remove them clips, the injectors will come off. What would you do? I think we're going to have to clean this up though. We'll definitely get rid of this old fuel pressure regulator. You see there, it's held in place with some kind of circlip. Let's have a look actually. Let's have a look, see if we can get this fuel pressure regulator off. I think this might be a bit of a ball ache. Yes! Not coming out, that. Come on. Oh, there we go. So there is the fuel pressure regulator out, and there's the fuel reel. So I think what I'll do is I'll strip this fuel reel down, clean it up and paint it back up. But for now, let's move on to another job. So we're going to start by removing this fuel pump, which has done about 10 miles since I fitted it to the car. So even though that's brand new, we will still replace it. Then we'll just start unclipping all the fuel lines. There we go. Disconnect them. Get that bolt out of there, that's no good. So at the minute, I'm not sure what fuel lines I'm going to keep, what fuel lines I'm going to replace. I don't know what I'm doing at the minute. I'm simply just taking it apart and seeing where we end up. Now we will try and keep all these clips I will try and get them out without breaking them. I'll do them in a bit, because I bet you can't get new ones of them, so we'll do our best to keep them. Right, let's have a look. It's going with the brake lines here, so we'll start snipping some cables. Right, it appears they're all clipped together, so we'll chop them Jubilee clips, cable ties. Next we'll remove this rear brake T-piece. This goes to the front of the car, and then these go to each rear brake caliper. Now next, let's get the fuel lines from underneath the floor pan of the car. And by the way, this isn't rust, this is where I've just removed some of that Manky Schultz, what someone's added at some point. Underneath you can see what the floor should be like on a standard Escort Cosworth. So from the back of the car moving to the front, we've got 4 lines we need to unclip. We've got 1 brake line, 3 fuel lines. Now 1 fuel line is fuel to the engine, 1 is the return, and I'm not really sure what the third fuel line is. I think it's some kind of breather, but I'll show you later on where this third fuel line goes to on the car. So that's all the lines disconnected from under the car. So let's now remove the brake line from the brake servo, and it is held in place with 1 brake line fitting. This 1 brake line fitting controls the rear brake calipers, and there it is disconnected. Then we'll remove what looks like this aftermarket fuel pressure regulator. I think I'll get rid of this system altogether and go back to the original Ford setup. I'm not sure why this is being added, so like I say, I'll remove it and go back to the way it should be. So we've got all the pipes disconnected from under the car. It's disconnected here. It's just kind of in the middle. We need to find some way of getting it all out without it all getting tangled on all the stuff that's down here. Now to remove the 4 lines, the 3 fuel lines and the 1 brake line, it was easier to disconnect the anti-roll bar. Then that anti-roll bar drops down, it gives you more room to pull the 4 lines off and out the way. Next we're going to remove this, what I think is a breather for the petrol tank. Now we will be replacing most of these perished hard rubber hoses, so I'm going to chop through them for now. Then when we build it back up, we'll replace it with all new stuff. So can you remember I mentioned the third fuel line? This is what it connects to. This breather thing that is, I don't know what it does fellas, but this is what the third fuel line connects to. To be honest, that bracket what it's sitting on is rotten. So I think what we'll do is we'll pull it off. Then you can see what's left is just rust. So we'll replace this, we'll weld a new bracket on and fix that up because that is just rotten. And you can see why it goes rusty fellas, it's just caked in mud. So obviously since this car was new, that's probably it's always been caked in mud, and that's why it's just obviously gone rusty. Now I'm not sure what this bit is. There is something like some ball bearings or something in there, some kind of one-way system. So we'll fix this up when we rebuild the car. But now we should be able to pull all them pipes from under the car. So you can see what we've got here. Here is the fuel filter with the bracket what we painted up. This is pretty much brand new, but we will replace this. We've also got that fuel tank breather thing with the ball bearings in, with the rusty bracket what we've just took off. And you can see it's all connected. These don't look like the original brake lines, these look copper. I think the original brake lines on an Escort Cosworth are steel, but obviously they go rusty and get replaced. You can get new fuel lines for a Sierra Cosworth, but it is slightly different on an Escort Cosworth. So maybe I might try and clean these ones up instead of remaking them because they're all nice and shaped. So I don't know what we're going to do with the fuel lines yet, but let's drag it out from under the car and put it out the way somewhere. Right fellas, now check this out in the wheel arch of the car. Now like I say, the car somewhat at some point is fully schultzed the car. They've just gone over everything that was there, rust, whatever. Check out this wheel arch. Right, so check this out fellas, look. That is literally just schultz over mud. See the mud underneath? Now let me just say fellas, honestly my jaw hit the floor when I seen this. Someone has literally schultzed over a dirty wheel arch. So there's the original wheel arch, then there's mud Then there's a layer of Schultz. Blows my mind, fellas, that someone would do this. It would have took seconds to jet wash this off. I don't know why someone has done this. It's not the way I would do it. Now the biggest shame of all of this, fellas, is it's nice and original underneath. It's nice and solid. There was absolutely no need to Schultz these wheel arches. So what I'm going to try, fellas, I'm going to try and remove the Schultz with the airline. I'm going to put the airline and try and move the Schultz up, like blow it up. Then we'll scrape it off with a screwdriver. See how it goes. I would rather keep the arch inside original as opposed to redoing it and take it back to bare steel, because the Ford stuff is absolutely spot on in the wheel arches. But let's see how we get on with the airline and the screwdriver. See how much of this manky Schultz we can get off. Now, although I would never recommend Schultzing the inside of a wheel arch, I think we have been lucky that the mud was dried when the Schultz was put on, because if this had been wet mud, you're basically trapping water behind the original wheel arch and the Schultz, and it's just going to rot away. So I think we've been fortunate, the mud has been dry when someone Schultzed the wheel arch. Now the airline and the screwdriver was working, but it was slow progress, so I thought let's break out the angle grinder with a knotted wire wheel on the end, see how that works on the Schultz. Now do not get me wrong, fellas, this is hard work and I pretty much start to regret it straight away. It makes a massive mess. There's a load of like smoke what you're breathing in. It just turns, it's a nightmare. While I've got the angle grinder on and you probably think it's ripping it off, what it does is it kind of melts the Schultz and just smears it about. It doesn't just come off as well as you would expect. It is an absolute nightmare. And like I say, I start to regret it straight away, especially when I'm sitting in an enclosed garage breathing in Schultz smoke. Right, it's at this point I'm wondering how much a company would charge to blast and paint the underside of the car. I'm not ready for all this work. Right, fellas, so the angle grinder is working, and it's what I used on the other Cosworth, but it does kind of smear the stuff about. It doesn't just pull it off straight away, and it does cause like quite a bit of smoke, and that's not what I want to be breathing in. So I've seen something online about these. Apparently these work. This is like a chisel end, and this kind of vibrates, and apparently these are very efficient for removing underseal. So let's get our hearing protection and eye protection on and give this a go and see how it goes. If you're doing this job, fellas, always wear eye and ear protection. Now at first I thought this is working mint. It's coming off like giant kebab strips, but yet again, fellas, it wasn't that good. The blade sharp went blunt and it was just graft. It's all graft, pushing up with your shoulders constantly. I'm starting to regret this job already. Right, fellas, let us show you where we're at with my Escort Cosworth. I'm at a bit of a sticking point. I don't know what to do. I might have found something I can't fix. Let's show you. So if we come under this rear wheel arch, you'll see some of the bits that need fixing, and it's probably out of my skill range. So under this arch, we've got a couple of holes we need to patch. I've actually started patching them, but I'll show you them on the next video. But one of the main areas I'm a bit worried about. So in the rear wheel arch, you can see there's a big rust hole here, where this is where the fuel filler goes in. And you can see there's a big rust hole here that needs fixing. It's all a bit rotten. See, it's just my fingers going through there. This all needs fixing. Now this is probably out of my skill range. I might be able to fix it myself. I might have a go, but that is not the only issue we've got. So if we go under the car, you'll see we've got some more problems. Now remember, this is an original NREG Escort Cosworth, and if you see an original Escort Cosworth out there that hasn't been done underneath, they're all going to have these kinds of problems. Well, let's show you underneath. So this here is the rear chassis leg, and it's very common for these to rust. And mine, while it's not rotten, does need fixing. You can see it's starting to pit a bit. It's going a bit beyond pitting. It's not rotten, but it needs fixing. Now I might be able to cut that out and just do that section there, but this is double skinned, So ideally this needs probably all taken off and doing. And if we come further back, there's a little mark here. It's not a hole, but it needs, I mean, it's solid. You can't push your finger through, it's rock hard. But that is something else that needs sorting. And if we come further back, just below the boot, this is where the fuel tank goes. You can see here there's another bit. Now that is still solid, it is not rotten. I wish I had something I could poke it with. You see there with my light, it's not going through. I'm not going to whack it too hard because I don't want to break my light. But that is something else that needs sorting. Now I could just cover this up and no one would ever know, but it would always be in my head that that needs fixing. So that is just one rear arch. There's the other arch which I'm assuming you're going to find the same kind of thing again. And to be honest, while I could probably do one of the bits, I want this car out for March. I'm not willing to go this summer without this car. So what I might do is I might do the rear axle this year, do all the fuel lines, put all new fuel lines on. The next year, I think what I'll do is I'm going to drop the engine, put the car on a split in my garage so I can roll it on its side, then have a go at fixing all that stuff properly. Or I might even take it to a professional and have them do it. So this is not a cheap car and I want it doing properly. And you might be thinking, Adam, you've got your ramp there, but the problem with the ramp is you're still welding upside down, so you're fighting gravity while you're welding, and welding is basically molten metal. So underneath we've found a couple of little bits of welding, so I'm going to show you them and hopefully we're going to fix them in this video. So inside the wheel arch just here, you can see I've started wire brushing it to remove the undersail, and up here there's a bracket that holds something for the fuel system. I think it's some kind of breather system, and the bracket that holds it has gone rusty, so when we rebuild the car we can't refit like the valve, the breather thing that was attached to the bracket. So what we're going to do is we're going to start by removing all the undersail with a knotted wire wheel, and we'll see if we can remake a bracket to hold the breather in place. Now removing the undersail is an absolute pig of a job. Now because I'm working in an enclosed garage, and when you're using the wire wheel on the undersail it gets quite smoky, and I don't like the fact I'm sitting in an enclosed garage breathing in undersail smoke, and also it doesn't seem to come off that well. The angle grinder I don't think is spinning fast enough to remove the undersail, so it kind of just smears it about, not really removing it as fast as I would like. Once I've removed enough of the undersail around the bracket, I'm then going to get my angle grinder out, and this has got a flappy disc on with sandpaper on, and we're going to sand back the rest of the rusty bracket so we've got a nice clean area to weld a bracket to when we eventually get that far and make a new one. So this is where we're at, fellas. With the flappy disc I've took the remainder of the bracket right back. You can see there, there's even got a little bit there hanging off. I think I am going to take this a little bit further back, but one thing I am doing is I'm keeping a check in the boot for flames or smoke. We don't want to set the car on fire in my garage. So with this flappy disc on the grinder, we'll take that bracket a little bit further back with our PPE, glasses and eye protection. So this area is now clean enough to weld a new bracket on, but I have found some more rust just down here on the bottom of the rear quarter. Before we fit the new bracket, let's first fix this hole, because if we put the bracket on it's going to get in the way while I'm trying to fix this rust hole. Now there's actually two bits of steel here that have been welded together by Ford, so this is two repairs we need to make. And you can see the hole goes through, and this hole goes through into the boot or the bottom of the rear quarter inside the car. So to help us clean that area up, I've got my new Prevost tool here, and I've got some roll-lock discs, and the way these work is you've got like a spinny tool, then these sanding discs just lock in the end like that. So let's clean up the rust and see what we're left with. Then next we'll remove this little bit of undersail that's in the corner. I'm going to remove this because I don't want to catch on fire and causing any issues when we're making the repairs. To remove it I used a flathead screwdriver. I then went in with my Dremel tool with a small wire brush on the end and whizzed it off. Right, now this is the scariest bit for me. What we need to do is with this cutting disc, see it's got a cutting disc on there, that's a nice thin cutting disc. We need to chop the rot off the car with this tool. This is always the scariest job for me, of all of the 2 cars I've done, well, this is actually the 3rd welding job I've done in the car. This is always the scariest bit. So let's plug the tool in. Get chopping. So this Prevost tool is fitted with a 1mm thick disc, and the steel on the car is about 0.8mm thick. So this tool has got absolutely no problem cutting through the car. Now I am avoiding cutting next to the rust. I'm going past the rust into good steel, so when we eventually come to do the repair, we don't blow any more holes in with the welder. It should all weld up nice and neat and grind back nice and neat. So you can see here the piece what we've just cut off the car, and you can see there's actually 2 bits of steel here. There's one bit runs down the back, which is inside the wheel well, then there's another bit joined to the back that goes down the back of the wheel well and flicks along and goes at the side of the boot floor. So there's 2 bits of steel we need to replace here. And there's a hole in the car what we need to fix. So let's head over and get a bit of scrap steel and cut some repair panels out. This is actually part of a Vauxhall Nova boot floor, but steel is steel, and hopefully it should work just as fine on a rusty Ford. Then with the bit what we've cut off, we'll hold it up to the car, mark it up and trim it down to size. And that is a nice fit. It's got a good gap all the way around. You don't want to put straight up against the repair. You want a nice gap all the way around that you fill with your weld. And this is the other patch I've made, because like I say, there's 2 bits of steel we need to weld in here. We just need to fold it over to make the lip what we'll cut off. So there is one of the repair panels what I've cut and bent over, and as you can see it's a great fit. I'm absolutely over the moon. So let's now get the other repair patch and hold it in place with a magnet, so when I weld it, it doesn't move about. Then we'll break out the welder and weld it up. Before I start welding on the car, I'm going to do some test welding on a repair panel, just so I know my welder's set and I'm not going to start blowing holes in my expensive car. Right, so this is the patch what we've just welded in. So what we're going to do now is, you can see it's double skinned. We've got a bit at the back and a bit at the front. So we're going to shape it the way it should be on a unwelded Escort Cosworth. So if we come round to the other side of the car, you can see what that part should look like. Right, so here on the other side of the car, you can see the shape it should be. It's kind of straight with a little bow bit up here. So let's get the angle grinder out and replicate that on the other side. Right, so to shape the metal, all I'm using is angle grinder, and this is a blunt flappy disc, so it's not going to go too heavy when we're grinding, and it should be easier to control with a blunter disc. You can see how shiny it is, but it'll still rip that metal down, no bother. Once I've got the panel the rough shape I want, I'm then going to grind down my welds. Right, so I've welded that patch up the best I can. Let's show you it. So you can see there, fellas, I've welded that hole up that was there, and to me it looks absolutely spot on. Very pleased with my effort. Let us know what you think and I'll show you it from the back side. Right, so here you can see what we've welded in. We've welded this lip in, got a nice radius on there like what should be there, and there's a weld along here what I've ground back, and to me that looks absolutely spot on. I'm over the moon with it. Nice and smooth. Can't really see it, and it's about the same size lip as what's on the other side of the car. So overall, I'm buzzing with me welding. Now the next job, what we need to do is, what I'm going to try and do is, I'm going to try and fix a petrol cap. So what we need to do is, we need to take this flap off. Now to get this flap off, we need to go inside the boot. Right then, inside the boot on the back of the petrol cap, there's some little clips here what we need to push in. Then hopefully this full cup should come out, so the petrol cap, so the petrol flap and everything should come out with it. So with a flathead screwdriver, I'm going to try and carefully push the clips in and pop the cap out. Then with the petrol cap off, fellas, you can see just how bad the rust is in behind. Hopefully we can get away with just a flat piece of steel. We certainly can't put it back together looking like that. So let's start by getting some tools out and chopping all the rust out of there. Then with the cutting tool, we're going to go nice and slowly and cut it out slowly. I'm not just going to hack away at it. I'm going to go nice and slow because I don't want to make myself any more work. Now I have to be honest fellas, this is about the scariest repair I've ever done on a car. This car was a lot of money to me. I absolutely broke the bank to buy this car, and I'm not a professional welder, so this full thing makes us scared. I'm going to try and avoid going onto the folds and the creases of the panel. I'm going to try and get away with just one big flat panel of a repair patch. So here with the finger sander, I'm just trying to get the edges nice and straight. It's easier to cut a straight line and repair a straight line than a higgledy-jiggledy-piggledy one. Right fellas, so you can see there the big square hole what I've cut in to get rid of the rust. So let's get a new bit of steel, cut a square out and see if we can fix me mess. And this bit of sheet steel what I'm cutting out is what people recommend to replace rust in cars. It is 1mm thick mild steel, and you can buy this sheet steel all over. I got my bit from eBay and it was about £28 delivered. It's 1 metre long by ½ metre wide, so I should get plenty of repairs on my cars over the years out of this one bit of steel for £28. So we'll put our bit what we've cut out up and we'll see how much we need to trim down. Now one of the corners I couldn't really get in has got a bit of a radius, so I'm going to cut the radius on with these tin snips. Then we'll put it back in and see how much we need to trim. I'm taking my time, I'm not rushing, I'm doing small bits at a time, taking little bits off so I don't end up having to cut another bit of steel. I don't want to make a balls of it, I want to get it right first time. Right fellas, so this is a panel I've made to fix a fuel filler cap on the Cosworth. Like I say, we still need a hole in here, but once it's welded in place, we'll do that later. So I'll put it in and show you how it fits. It does have a gap all the way around, like you're meant to for when you're welding. So let's get the welder out and stick it in place. To keep the panel in place, I'm using some proper welding magnets. These keep the panel nice and straight, so it makes a neater job when you're welding. If you are looking for a welder to weld your cars, I would recommend looking for one with like fine adjustment. This Artec one I've got is an absolute beauty. You can get cheaper ones, but if you are looking for one, I would recommend looking for one with fine adjustment. Makes the job a lot easier when you're welding on thin metal like this car. So while I'm welding, I've got my dad there on fire duty as well, and my head is in the wheel well. There's not much space in here, especially for my big head, so it is quite tight and cramped. Now, I did manage to get the job done, and I must say I was very pleased with myself. Right fellas, so there's the welding work, what we've done on the fuel filler of the Escort. Now, you might not think it's perfect, but I'm pretty pleased with myself. If you look in the wheel arch, you can see there, not too bad. So let's grind it all back and see if we can get it to look a little bit better. I'm going to start with this finger sander on an airline. I'm going to put my fingers here so I don't scratch the paintwork. I'd rather take my skin off my knuckles than the paint off my car. Right fellas, so here you can see the fuel filler what I've welded up, and I must say I'm quite pleased with how it's turned out. I am by no means a professional welder, but that house came out pretty well. We still need to put the hole in for the fuel filler. I'm going to do that in my next video. I did run out of finger sanding belts. I have used every single belt I've got to grind all the welds down, but obviously they keep snapping. This is just a cheap finger belt sander thing, and it just keeps snapping belts. So if anyone's got any recommendations on a better one, leave some in the comments. In the wheel arch, it's turned out just as well, and especially once we get some undersail on or some Raptor, you're never ever going to see my weld. So like I say fellas, more than happy with how that's turned out, especially for like my third attempt weld on a car. Let us know what you think, leave something in the comments. Right, so now we need to fabricate that bracket what we cut off at the beginning, and it's to hold this. So we need to make a bracket to hold this inside the wheel well. So let's start with a bit of steel and we'll draw something on it. Something like that should do. Let's see if we can cut it out with my tin snips. God, it's tough that. We'll get the grinder on it. Right, now let's put it in the vise and tidy this up. Then with this file, I'm just going to put some nice rounded edges on the bracket. Now next let's mark out the holes for the bracket. We'll do 2 little dots where we're going to put little holes for the screws. I'm also going to put 2 little holes in here to spot weld, like plug weld through and stick it to the car. So with our centre punch, let's mark the centre of the holes. Then we'll put our centre drill in the drill. Then we'll put some bigger holes where we're going to weld through and stick it to the car. Then next we'll clean these holes up. Then next let's bend the bracket over, want it right on that line, so we'll get nice and flush. Then just with my fingers, then we'll get a nice sharp corner in here with a hammer. I might put a little support in here as well. Right, I've given the bracket a couple of coats of weld through primer, so let's now get it stuck onto the car with the welder. We are using 0.6 welding wire, which is, I believe, it's the smallest you can get, and it's what we need for welding on cars. Let's get the gloves on and get welding. Right, so there's the bracket welded in place, so I'll give it one more coat of some weld through primer just to protect it. There we have it, fellas. I hope you enjoyed the video. If you've got any hints, tips or advice, leave something in the comments. And on today's video, one of the first things we're going to do is we're going to get in the other rear arch. So inside this rear wheel arch, let's show you the main area that is a bit concerning. So if you look here, this is the bit we welded on the other side, and I'm hoping once we get the grinder on this bit, we're not going to find another hole, hopefully we can just kind of put some primer over this once I've took this undersail off and there's no holes. But we'll go around all the edges and just check there's nothing hiding under there. And to remove the undersail, we're going to use a knotted wire wheel on a plug-in angle grinder. While the battery angle grinders are absolutely brilliant, it just kills the battery when you're taking this stuff off. So we're going to use a proper plug-in one with a bit more oomph behind it. Like all Cosworths that haven't been restored at any point in their life, this one is going to need doing some point in the future, like all of them. But this year, with us doing so few miles in the car, I just want to get it back on its wheels, running and driving, and use it this summer. The next year I'll probably take it back off the road, fully strip the underside, put on a rotisserie and go full hog on it. But like I say, for now I just want to get it back running and driving so I can use it over the summer. Right fellas, we have found some areas that are going to need addressing. I was hoping this side was going to be better than the other side, but we do have some work we're going to have to do. Now first off, just here on the rear quarter, we've got corrosion and it's took part of the seam away along here. Then inside the rear wheel arch, we've got 2 bits of steel here that's been nipped together, and it looks like the inside part is starting to corrode away. So I think what we'll do is we'll get the hoover out and we'll clean the mess what we've just made by angle grinding the undersail off. Then we'll have a better look at what work we've got to do inside the rear wheel arch. Right fellas, check this out on the car. This is why you shouldn't let people schultz your car. That there, look at all the mud, what they've schultzed over. Ah, it's getting thick. God, I might have to wash this. Let's move further along. I don't know what all this is. It's a lot of mud. I got my grinder on this. Right, let's see what's going on here. Oh, that's original. I thought there was a patch being put on there, but that is the original seam for this leg. You see there? There's like a joint. Once I was happy the car hadn't had a patch welded in, I then went under the boot at the side of where the chassis where the rear chassis leg is, and it was all lumpy and bumpy. So I got my wire brush on my drill and give it a good wire brushing just to see what's there. Because honestly, to be honest, it didn't look original to me. But once I removed the black, you can see the original white stuff underneath. So even though it looks all lumpy and bumpy and terrible, this is actually the original Ford under seal under the car. Now I think what I'll do is I'm going to get some water and I'm going to give that area a good clean so I can see exactly what's rust, what's mud, what's what there, because it's a bit of a mess, fellas. So let's see, we'll get some soapy water and we'll give that area a good rub down. So I went in the house and filled the bucket up with warm soapy water. I then used my best detailing brush and give it a good scrub in the cracks and removed all the mud. You can see when someone shunts the underside of the car, they've just gone straight over the mud. So the schultz has literally just been a barrier holding the mud between the car and the schultz. It's an absolute terrible job. If anyone offers to schultz your car, fellas, personally I wouldn't let them. I would never ever schultz the underside of a car that hasn't been fully stripped. Once I'd give it a good scrubbing with a detailing brush, I then found an old towel from a dead relative and give it a good drying the best I can. I then dried it a little bit further with a heat gun just to remove any moisture from the car. Once I was happy it was all original under the mud and it wasn't all rust and gunk under there, I then moved on to this patch what we need to fix. I can't put the car back on the road with this, it would do my nut in. So what we need to do is we need to cut the rust off the car, and to cut the rust off I'm going to use this. This is a Prevost cutting air powered tool. It's got a 1mm thick disc. So we'll plug it into the airline like that, and we'll get some hair protection and some eye protection on, and we'll chop a bit of rust off, see if we can fix it with the welder. Now I paid a lot of money for this car and people at work think I'm absolutely nuts. I spent a lot of money on this car and the first thing I've done is stripped it and started welding it. I could have had a very nice new BMW for the price I paid for this car, but this is old Fords. This is nobody's fault. This is what I would expect from any unrestored old Ford. If you strip an unrestored old Ford, this is what you're going to find. So as you can see, there's actually two bits of steel welded together, and I thought I might have been able to get away with just doing the first layer of steel and leaving the second layer behind, making the job a lot quicker and a lot easier, but I don't think it's going to work. We're going to have to cut the second layer off behind and weld in two new layers. So let's get the grinder back out and see if we can get what's left of this rust off. Now my full-time job is nothing to do with welding cars, so I am learning as I go. So with the bit cut off, you can see what we're left with. We haven't gone through and made a hole in the car, so in theory if I would just actually weld this and it will become watertight. What I'm going to do is I'm going to cut some bits of steel, I'm going to make it and shape it properly, but before I do that I'm going to remove all these sharp edges what the cutting disc has pushed over. So to remove the burrs I'm going to use this 3M Roll-Lock bristle disc. I'm not sure how they work. It feels like a plasticky rubber, but apparently it's got some kind of ceramic in, but they're very good at removing rust, paint and dirt from steel. Right fellas, so here you can see the bit of steel what we've just cut off the car, and you can see it's actually two bits of steel joined together and spot welded in place. So what we've got here is a new bit of steel, and what we're going to do is we're going to stick some masking tape on. Then with my pencil I'll just quickly sharpen the end. We'll then draw around the bit what we need. We'll make it a little bit bigger because we can always trim it down. So that's like the outside edge where it curves around onto the wheel arch. Then we need a straight line along here. Something like that. Now we need two bits like that. So let's cut this bit out, then I'll make another bit, and hopefully that should do to weld that and fix the car, weld it in and fix it. So let's try it with my tin snips. I don't know if these will work, to be honest. I think I might have to get the grinder out. I think I'll get the grinder, but that's done for that little first cut. So I'll get my grinder out and we'll cut along this line. There we go, snap it off. So we need another bit exactly the same, so we'll just copy this bit onto there. Then we've got the two bits that we can weld in place, and once they're in place we can always trim them down and make them look a bit neater. But before I do that, I'm going to take the sharp edges just off the side of the bit what we've cut. Right, let's see what these look like on the car. Right, now we'll weld them in place. Then once they're in place, they are still a bit big, but once they're in place we can trim them down and make them look a lot neater. But before I do that, I'm going to give them a quick coat of weld through primer. Right, so the two bits of metal have been primered and they're now dry. So let's stick them in place, and to stick them in place before we weld them, I'm going to use some magnets. So let's start with the back piece of the two. So we'll get the magnets and stick it in place. So we'll stick that on there. Then that bit goes there. We will then weld the second piece around it. Put another magnet on just to keep that in place. Right. That's nice and flush around there, and we've got a nice weld gap. Now it is still a bit big, but once it's welded in place we'll grind and shape all this properly to what it should be. Right, I'm happy with that. Let's get the hot glue gun out and we'll put a weld bead round here, and hopefully that one will still fit in place once we've ground the weld back. I'm not sure if this is the right way to do it, but it is the way I'm going to do it. So my welder is an Artec MIG 180, and I'm using a 0.6mm welding wire. This is my second welder. My first welder was a Clark welder, which I was absolutely useless with. I used to just blow holes and everything. But since I bought this Artec welder, absolute game changer. You can adjust it so finely, it makes welding a lot easier. And to be honest, most of my welding, what I've learned to do, has been with this Artec welder. I've had it for about a year, and it's made welding so much easier. So this is where we're up now, fellas. I've welded along here, and I wish I'd kind of done it a different way, although it's not too bad there, because that's the second bit of steel what we need to put in. So what I'll do is I'll weld this along here, and I'll fill these gaps what I've got with the weld I've just done. Then we'll shape it to look like what it should be on the other side of the car. So I'll get some mold grips and I'll clamp that in place. Not go too close, I don't want to weld me mold grips to the car. Right, let's have a go. Now if you are welding on a car, fellas, please be careful, because it's very easy to set your car on fire. When I'm welding, I do keep checking inside the car for fires. And here is my MIG 180. You can see it's a bit dusty and dirty. I don't really look after it. It's just a tool, so it is a bit dusty and dirty. But you can see there my voltage and wire speed, in case you've got one of these welders and you want to have a go yourself. And like I say, this is using a 0.6mm welding wire with an argon gas. Right fellas, so here's me welds, and I must say I'm very pleased with them. This is only like my 5th or 6th time welding on cars, and that's came out pretty good. If I paid someone, I would be more than happy with them welds. But now it's been welded, let's get the grinder and grind it back to remove me welds what I've just put on. To grind the welds back, I'm using an 80 grit roll-lock disc. Once I've got my patch in place, I then got my roll-lock grinding disc. And without putting on too much pressure, just let the grinding disc do the work and take the top of the welds off, just to make it look a bit neater. Right, so here's the patch we've welded in, and it looks a lot worse on camera than it does in real life. It's got a bright light shining on it, and it's giving it all kinds of shapes and shadows, but it is absolutely spot on. The next thing we need to do is we need to shape it to look like it did originally. I think we're going to have to take at least 3 or 4 milli off all the way around. There we go fellas, how mint does that look? A little bit of undersail, and you're never going to know that it's being welded. And if we come inside the car, what you can see, we haven't damaged any of the original paint and sealer. It all looks like it did before we've done the welding. A lot of that's just like dust that'll hoover up, but overall very happy with that job. So let's leave that welding for a bit, and the next job is something I've been putting off for a long time, because if I make a mistake it's going to take me hours, like literally days, to fix this. So a few videos ago I fixed the rust that was in my fuel filler area by welding this plate in. Now with this plate there, I can't put fuel on the car. So this is the fuel filler that goes in the back quarter of the car. So when you want to put your fuel in, you pull this little flap, you put your fuel nozzle in, fill the petrol tank. Now what we need to do is we need to drill a hole for the fuel nozzle to go into the fuel tank. And to do that, we're going to have to refit this fuel filler, which just pushes into place. And you can see there, we need to put a hole in here for the fuel to go into the fuel tank. That's just solid steel at the minute. So what we need to do is we need to find the centre of this hole. I'm not really sure how I'm going to do it, but I'm going to start by drawing a circle all the way around here. Now we don't need the fuel filler in the car, so let's start by popping this back out the car. We've got the circle marked what we need. Right, now in order to make a good job, I need to find the exact centre of this hole, but on the car, just here. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to put some black pen on, where roughly somewhere in the centre. Then I've bought, right, this hole is 67mm, and I've bought a 67mm drill. This is a Bosch, I bought a decent one, you can get cheap ones, I bought a decent one. This is a Bosch hole cutter for metal. So hopefully that'll go straight in there. Maybe if we go from the back and push it through, look at that, like that. So that is a perfect fit in that hole. And then I've got a drill bit with a good point on the end that is near enough exactly the same size as this hole, like that. So if we refit this fuel filler, with that in there, then if I put this drill in there, then we'll take this back out. Follow along fellas, I know it's taking a while but I'm getting there. There's a couple of clips there. Now you might be thinking, Adam, you're going around the block here to find the centre of a hole. But let us tell you, if I get this wrong it's going to take hours to fix. So I'd rather spend an extra 10 minutes and get the job done right. Now we've got a little mark there for the centre of the hole. And with this centre pop we'll make this hole a little deeper so it's easier to drill. Right, then we'll start by putting a tiny little hole in the steel with this centre drill. Right, so we've got a hole there started off. Then next we've got a brand new hole cutter with a brand new Bosch adapter thing, so it's got a little drill to get you started off, and this should just click together somehow. Like that. Now, like I say, I've got a good one because I do not want to make a mess here. So let's put it in the drill and give it a go. So we're going to put the drill on speed 1, so it's got plenty of torque. Right, let's go. Now I'm guessing this cutter would work better with a bit of oil on. It always helps to cut metal with a bit of oil, but I am eventually going to be painting this area of the car, and if I put oil on it's going to make the job of painting a lot harder. So I'm going to go in dry. Hopefully the cutter will get through without making too much of a mess. Then if the cutter's knackered at the end, it's cost us 15 quid for the white part of the cutter, and I've got a perfect hole in my car. Yes! So that did make quite a few cuttings, so I'm going to get the hoover and hoover the mess up. Now something I do when I do the hoovering is I put a little bit of hose in the end of my hetty hoover so I can get into the tight gap with the hose. I do this on my daily car as well. I can get in nicely at the side of the seats and get all the McDonald's chips and crisps up that have dropped down the side. Right, so I've done the hole. It's got a bit of a sharp edge where it's broke through, so I'm going to use this 3M ceramic bristle thing. They seem to be quite good for removing burrs. I'm not exactly sure what they're designed for, but it will remove the burr on this hole. So I am actually an engineer in metalwork by trade, and something I was told is when you're removing burrs from metal, you should be able to rub your main sausage on it without doing it any damage. Now I'm not going to test that theory, but I'm more than happy that that hole is fully deburred. Right fellas, moment of truth. Let's put this fuel filler in and see if I've got that hole in the right place. Because like I say, this sits in there and there's a pipe joint onto the back through this hole, and that's where your fuel filler goes in to fill the car fuel tank. Come on, please. I also need to drill another little hole. Oh, yes! Right fellas, look at the fit on that. I am absolutely over the moon with that fit. I couldn't have got that hole any better. There is one more little hole I need to do in the top corner here, where a little screw goes to keep the fuel filler neck in place. So let's take the fuel filler back out and hopefully not make a mess at this last stage. I can't afford to mess it up here fellas. So to mark the little hole what I need for the fuel filler, I'm going to put it in backwards, put my screwdriver in and roll it round so it scribes a line where I need the hole. Once I've scribed the line, I can then mark it with my centre pop, then I can go in with my centre drill and drill a small hole, then follow it with a 4mm drill bit so the screw will fit into the filler neck when we rebuild the car. Absolutely nailed that one fellas, nailed it. Now there's one seam left to do, so let's jump in and I'll show you how I do it. So you can see here we've got some corrosion. This should be a nice straight lip, but as you can see it's got lumps and bumps and bits missing. So what we're going to do is we're going to chop it off. And to chop it off we're going to use my Prevost air powered cutting tool. It's fitted with a 0.8mm thick blade and it makes absolute sharp work of cutting through this rusty old Ford. Right, now in theory I'm not going to, but we could just run a weld along there and that's going to be perfectly watertight and get it back to better than the way it was. But I am going to remake this lip what we've just taken off, and you'll notice I stopped just short of where it ends because it does actually turn into 3 layers of steel. So we'll leave that like that and we'll join a lip all the way along and we'll make it look like it was before it got rusty and we chopped all the mess out. Let's head over to the bench and we'll cut a bit of steel for that repair. So we need 2 strips of steel cutting off this, and I've measured the car on the other side and the 2 strips need to be 18.5mm, so we're going to go for 19 just to give us a bit of leeway. Then we can grind the 0.5mm off in about 2 seconds with a grinder, so that's 19mm there. So what we'll do is we'll scribe a line all the way down like that. Then with a grinder we'll chop as close as we can to that line. Now if you're watching this thing and Adam, that is the most absolute ridiculous thing I've ever seen. You holding a bit of steel right next to your stomach with an angle grinder with no guard on and a cutting disc. That is probably the best way to lose fingers and to see the inside of your stomach. You're going to cut yourself open. I know it's stupid, but I wasn't in a rush, but I just wanted the job done. So don't judge us too hard fellas. I know it's stupid. Don't do it, and I'm never ever going to do it again. Next we'll remove the burrs from the 2 bits of steel, and like I said before, it should be smooth enough that you can run your main sausage along it without any worry of cutting it. But like I always say, I'm not going to test that theory. It should be just nice and smooth so you're not going to cut your fingers when you're working with the steel. Right, so we've got the 2 bits of metal. These have been primed with a weld through primer, so let's get them in place and weld them to the car. So I'm going to do it the same way as last time. I'm going to do the back one first, like that. So like I mentioned, there's 2 bits of steel to weld on, and I'm welding the furthest piece away from us to start with. Now you might think, Adam, you must be a good welder to weld on an Escort Cosworth. My welding experience purely comes from my garage. I've done very little in the way of welding. Everything I've learned has been done in the garage by learning from my mistakes. Right, now there's the first piece welded in, so let's now add the second piece, and I'm going to hold it in place with some mold grips. So like I say, I'm a self-taught welder, and in this instance a bit of experience would have been good. I don't know what was happening, but it wasn't welding very nice. It was almost as if the welding gas was off. Now I did check and the gas was on, but I'm not sure why, it just didn't turn out as good as my previous welds. Right, so you can see I finished welding on the car. I've wire brushed the welds because to be honest they didn't come out that well and I was a bit embarrassed by them. But you can see the next job is we've still got this a bit long, so it's hanging over the back of the car. So what we're going to do is we'll chop this down and make it look like the other side, then we'll tidy up those welds. So once I've finished welding, it's then time for my favourite part. It's time to shape the metal. I use a couple of tools. I use a battery powered angle grinder and a battery powered small disc sander. I also use a finger grinder that is air powered. Put my headphones on, put some music on and just take my time and blend all the metal in the best I can. get it shaped so it looks well. The only downside of doing this is it makes a bit of a mess. So once it's done, get the hoover out, clean everything up, because there's absolutely nothing worse than working in a messy environment. So here is the lip I've welded in. It is not my best welding. It's got a couple of little pit marks, but to be honest, I mean, no one's ever going to see it. It's not going to rust, and it certainly looks better than what was there before. But for now, let's get some primer on so it doesn't rust and end up the way it was. Right, so this is the primer I'm using. This is an epoxy etch primer. It's from my local paint suppliers, Madge Paints. So we'll give it a good shake and we'll get it on the car. You've got to shake it for about 2 minutes. Right fellas, so that bit of welding is done just below the rear quarter. Now what we're going to do next is we're going to grind this wheel arch down, the majority of it, and make sure there's no mud under all this schultz what someone has put over the top. Probably is some mud like they've done on the other side. So we're going to remove it with a knotted wire wheel on a plug-in angle grinder. Now a lot of people are saying, Adam, why don't you do this properly and strip it back, put it on a rotisserie and grind it all back. Now the reason I'm not doing this is, I understand what he was saying, but I've had this car I've done so few miles in this car, I really just want to drive it. The summer's coming up, I just want to get out and use the car. Like I say, next year I will put it on a rotisserie and do it all properly, but for now I just want to get it back together and drive the car. I miss driving it so much, it's unbelievable. So let's carry on and get rid of the schultz what someone has put in this wheel arch. Now when I'm grinding the wheel arch, I'm trying not to take it back to bare steel. I want to leave the original Ford etch primer or epoxy primer, whatever they put on the car. Ideally I want to just take the majority of the schultz off, just so I can redo it without the mud being underneath it. So it's back out with the angle grinder with the wire wheel on the end. And you can see here where someone's applied the schultz, and for some reason it hasn't stuck to the original Ford stuff underneath, and it's kind of just flaking off. And here you can see like that blacky red stuff, that is the original Ford finish under the schultz what someone's applied. It's such a shame someone's done this. Like I say fellas, don't let people schultz your car unless they're doing a proper job, because this isn't a proper job. You don't just spray over whatever's there. Right, now next we're going to jump under the car and I'll show you some other areas that might need addressing. Right, so this is under the car where the petrol tank will be. There's a couple of little just bubble rust areas, so I'm going to run my grinder along here, then we'll give it a coat of something just to stop it getting any worse. Now ideally next year I would like to get it sandblasted so it's just all bare metal, but while I'm not doing that this year, I'm going to avoid going around all the original seam sealer and just take off the bubble rust I can see. Now obviously before we start painting I need to cover my cars, so I covered them in polymask. A roll of polymask is quite clever. It's about a 1 metre wide, but when you unfold it, it goes to 4 times the width, so it goes to 4 metres wide-ish. I'm not exactly sure of the measurements, but it's also statically charged, so it attracts the dust. Great stuff, especially for painting. Right, now next fellas, we're going to give the areas of like rust what I've ground back a coat of Q rust. Now you might be thinking, Adam, if you're giving it a coat of Q rust, why not just grind the rust away so you don't need to use Q rust? Now the problem with doing that is the wire brush on an angle grinder is quite abrasive, so I might end up grinding a hole in my car with a wire brush. So to use the Q rust, we're going to put it in an old paint lid. You can't contaminate this bottle apparently. I done it last time on YouTube and there was ructions in the comments. So we're going to get an old paint lid and pour some Q rust in. Right, let's have a look. Pop the lid and we'll pour a bit in there. Looks like milk, to be honest. That should be enough. Let's take that under the car and put it on the areas of where we need treating. Now there's not much to do inside the wheel arches, but we're going to start with this bit here. Brush it on quite thick, and I think it goes black when it cures the rust. Go quite heavy. So this stuff I'm using is a Hammerite Q rust, and it's a rust converter. I'm not sure what it converts the rust into. It is definitely not solid steel, and it's definitely not gold. So what it turns the rust into, I've got absolutely no idea, but people seem to recommend it and it seems to do the job, so that's why I'm using it on my car. So with the Q rust, I'm going around all the areas where I've gone through with bare metal. Even though there's no rust there, it should help prevent any rust coming back through. So let's see, I'm going around all the areas where I've gone through bare metal with the Q-Rust. It's been about 24 hours since we painted the Q-Rust under the car. Both cars are fully masked up. So what we're going to do next is we're going to give it a coat of some Ultra Etch epoxy primer. Let's open this. You've got to give it a good shake. There's a ball bearing in the bottom. It does take a while for the ball bearing to get going when it's been sat. I come back here when the ball bearing starts rattling around. Right, so there's a ball bearing rattling around in there now. So let's give the car a coat of this epoxy primer. So with this primer, I'm not putting like a big thick heavy layer on. I'm basically just going over the Q-Rust. So when we eventually go over with the Raptor, it'll stick, it'll not fall off when I hit a speed bump. Now under the car, I am going slightly heavier because we are going to paint over this with black paint. Right fellas, that epoxy primer is now dry under the car. It's been a good while. So where we're going to paint, under the fuel tank, Ford never put any kind of underseal. They just give it a coat, I think with some black paint. So that's what we've got here from my local paint suppliers, Madge Paints. We've got some gloss black paint. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to go under the car and give it a coat with some gloss black paint. I gave the car a light dusting with some gloss black paint. When spray painting, I always go light with the first coat. So you can go heavier with the second coat and it's got a better chance of sticking to the initial first coat underneath. So after the first light dusting with the gloss black paint, I then left it to dry for about 20 minutes. I then give it a heavier coat, then I left it another 20 minutes and give it one more heavy coat of gloss black. Now I didn't paint the wheel arches, I only painted where the fuel tank goes and where the rear beam mounts under the car. And once it was done, I left it for 24 hours to fully dry. So for the next job, we're going to hit the patches I've welded on the car with some colour matched red paint. My local paint supplier has colour matched it to the fuel filler cap on the car. So let's head over, give this a shake, and I'll show you what we're painting. So we're going to start by painting this area here. Now if you've seen me last car when I've done a restoration on, I had a Sierra Cosworth and I painted all the back panel. And I'll be honest, this probably needs doing on this car. I'm saying needs doing. Once the back bumper's on, it doesn't affect the way it drives or looks. It's just kinda, it's not how it should be. This little flap here is full of overspray where it shouldn't be. So for now, because like I say, I might be moving house, so I'll have to get everything out of the garage. I need to get the car at least rolling. So let's give this a paint with the colour matched red paint. So we're going to start with just a light dusting, and I'm not too worried about going over this. I will get all the red paint off this next year when we do the underside. We'll leave that to dry, then we'll give it another slightly heavier coat. And there we have it. That's a light dusting and 2 heavy coats, and you can't see where the car has been welded. I am more than happy with how this has turned out. Right fellas, welcome to 24 hours later. Now that red paint, what we've just applied, is now fully dry. And for the next job, right here, I've got a tub of Raptor. This is a large pack, so it comes with 4 bottles of Raptor. This is just black Raptor. Like I say, this is just a temporary job. Next year we will fully strip the car and we'll do it the proper colour of the grey. But for now, this is just to get us through the summer, and who knows what's happening when we garage it. I might be moving house, so we've got 4 bottles of Raptor and some hardener. Right, so to make the Raptor, what you do is you get a bottle with the black Raptor in, then you get this tub with a level for how much hardener to put in. It is 237 millilitres, it says on there. Then we'll get our hardener. We'll pour the hardener in up to the line on this tub, like that. Then we'll pour this into here, all the way in. Then we'll put the lid on, then you shake it and mix it all up. You can hear the note change as it starts to mix. I don't know if you noticed it there, but I would hear the difference. Give it a good shake. The car has been Schultz before. Someone had used a product called Schultz. This is Raptor. This dries harder than Schultz. Schultz kind of stays like a tar. This, I think it dries like a, not quite like a plastic, but it does dry a lot harder than Schultz. It's what people recommend when you go on the Facebook pages and the websites. Right, let's get on the car. So before I paint the car, let us just say it is fully masked up. Everything is being cleaned and ready to go. I've covered everything in the garage because this stuff just goes everywhere, because you're blowing it at about 60 psi, between 50 and 60 psi, through an air compressor. It just goes all over the place. If you think a car tyre is 32 psi, we are blowing this at 60 psi. It is a lot of pressure, it goes all over. So everything I want covered is covered in the garage. This spray gun literally attaches directly to the Raptor bottle. Quick one last shake. Right, here we go. Like I see it, this is black. It is tintable, but this isn't tinted. So with the bottle connected to the spray gun and the airline connected, let's spray it on the car. I set my compressor to 50 psi, and I must admit I was very nervous spraying it on. I didn't want to make a pig deal of it. I wanted to turn out with like a decent job. I give it one good coating in each rear wheel arch, and while I was spraying it, I had all the doors open in the garage, so all the fumes went out, and I wasn't breathing any of the bad fumes in. I'm going to leave it to dry. I'm going to lock all the doors in the garage and I'm going to get out of here. I'm not going to come in for another 24 hours, so I'll get back here when everything's dried. Right fellas, it's 24 hours later, so let us get in the wheel arch and I'll show you how the painting's turned out. Right fellas, so if we come under the wheel arch, you can see the Raptor looks absolutely spot on. You can see as well where we've done the welding. Oh, that looks good. Can't see where I've welded, and up there where the fuel filler is looks spot on. That white stuff is actually sticky tape residue, but the welding absolutely spot on. Head round this side, I'll show you this wheel arch. Yet again fellas, looks spot on. There's the welding what we've done round there. Looks spot on. The only problem I've got is here. I must have went a bit heavy with the Raptor and it's got some runs in it, but that's not too much for a worry. I'm not too worried about that. But the finish is mint. Over the moon fellas, absolutely buzzing with it. Unfortunately, in 2015, the owner of this Escort Cosworth passed away. In 2023, his wife decided to sell the car as a project, and I bought it and used it for the remainder of the summer in 2023. When winter hit and the gritters hit the roads, I decided to pull the car off the road and do some work on it, get it a bit more up to my standard, and that's what I've been doing over this winter. But unfortunately, I'm going to be losing my garage, so I need to get the car back on its wheels because I don't want to sell the house with the Escort Cosworth sat in the garage on axle stands. So because on the last video we're doing some painting on the car, I did fully mask the car up. So let's start by removing all this polymask from the car, and hopefully there's no overspray anywhere on the paintwork. Good news, it doesn't look like any of the overspray has gone through onto the paintwork. Yes! So with the car painted, it's now time to start and build it back up. And what we're going to start with is a rear beam. So in here from Matt Lewis Motorsport, where you've got a selection of parts, we've got a new diff mount for obviously the rear diff. We've got some bushes for the anti-roll bar, and we also have the main rear bushes for the rear beam. You can see these are Power Flex, and I believe these are called the Heritage bushes. And these go in the rear beam. Now I think we're going to have to get these pressed in. Right, so I've dropped the rear beam off to get the bushes pushed in. So while I'm waiting for that to get done, I'm going to refit the fuel filler neck. Now a couple of videos ago, I had to fix where the fuel fill goes into the car because it was all rusty. So with my very limited welding experience, I chopped the rust out and made a good repair. I must say I'm more than happy with how it turned out, especially once it's been painted. You can't tell where I done the welding. So now it's all done, let's refit the fuel filler. Super simple job, it just clicks into place. Yes! Right, so moving on, let's now fit the rear beam. You can see here we've got the bushers pressed in the rear beam, and we're going to start by fitting the rear diff into the beam. And to put it all in place, I've got a selection of new nuts and bolts to hold the diff in place. Before we fit the diff, I am going to change the diff oil, because it's probably as easy to change when the diff is out of the car as opposed to being sitting in the car. And to change the oil, we need to remove this plug, which was tight. And you can see there with this plug off, over the lifetime of the car, which has got 55,000 miles, you can see it's got some little cuttings that have collected on the magnet in the diff plug. We'll take these out before we put this plug back in, these cuttings. That's some dirty old diff oil, that. So that rear diff plug is now nice and clean. Let's see what the oil's like inside the diff. And to see what the oil's like, we'll just tip it out in this aluminium tray. Black. So you can see how black that oil was that came out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put some clean oil in, then we'll pour it back out and put some fresh stuff back in, just to kind of clean it out inside. To flush it out, I'm using proper Miller's gearbox or diff oil. Only the best. Don't know how much to put in, I think that should probably do it. I need to keep some to top the gearbox, to top the diff back up. So we'll pour that out. You see that clean stuff compared to the dirty stuff that's came out. Then what you do is you top the diff up till it starts to leak out when it's on a flat surface. So I'm going to stand it up, pour it in, then put it flat and wait for the oil to come out so we know it's at the correct level. Right, we'll see what that's like. So if we put the diff flat, we'll see if any oil comes out. If no oil comes out, we'll put some more in. You want to see some oil in there? So as you can see, fellas, there's absolutely no oil coming out of that hole. So let's get some more in. Oh, it's starting to come out there. So we'll put a little bit too much in. So I'll drain a little bit out. Then we'll put the diff plug back in. Then that's the oil changed in the diff. Then we'll clean off the spillage with a bit of brake cleaner. Now let's get this on the rear beam. Oh, I need a bigger bit of foam. Put that there. Like that. I'll slide the diff into there. Now like I say, fellas, unfortunately this is turning into a bit of a rush job because I am losing my garage. So I do need the car back running as soon as possible. Right, so I've got the diff somewhat in place. I'm going to put the bolts in with some anti-seize copper slip, just so when I take the bits in the future, the bolts aren't rusted in like they were when we took it apart. Then we'll put a washer on there, a little bit of slip, then the nut. We'll leave it all loose for now, we'll tighten it all up at the end. Washer, bit of copper slip, and a nut. Right, so there's a diff in the rear beam, so let's now mount it with this rear diff hanger. This is, the original one was knackered, it was all baggy. So this is a new one from Matt Lewis Motorsport. So we'll get this on the car, and if you're interested in one of these, by the way, I'll leave all links below in the description. And before fitting the diff, I like to clean the threads out with a tap. A tap is basically like a drill for threads. It cleans all the threads, gets them nice and clear for when you put your new bolts in. Once the tap's been down, I'll then clean the threads out with some WD-40 to wash any dirt and cuttings out. Right, then let's get this on there. 2 bolts. And it bolts to the car. You've got your 4 spaces on the top there to hold it to the underside of the car. This is getting quite heavy now, so I might put this on without putting the bottom arms on, and hopefully we'll put the bottom arms on when everything's in place. Before we fit the rear beam, it's then back out with the tap and under the car. The tap is cleaning all the paintwork out the threads where the rear beam mounts to the car, makes the job a lot easier and can save you a lot of headaches. Right, now let's try and get this beam on the car. It is heavy, it's not heavy enough to kill us, but it's certainly heavy enough to spoil my face for a Friday night down the pub. So let's drag it under and try and get it in place without damaging myself. Let's see if we'll get a bolt in the diff. Oh, you beauty. And because I've run a tap down these threads, I can literally just screw them in with my fingers. The tap I used is an M10. This is an M10 thread for the diff. That is the diff in place. So now we can just hopefully do the front bolts up on the front of the beam. Just tighten these up a bit. So then on the top of the diff we've got this breather tube, and if you turn the diff upside down or sideways, the diff oil will leak out of this. So anyway, this goes in that little hole there, so the water can't get in it. Then we'll get this big long M12 bolt that holds the front of the rear beam on the car. We'll give it a quick dunk in some anti-seize copper slip stuff. We'll also grab our freshly powder coated plate. Now I'm going to leave this bolt loose for the minute because this plate needs to spin round and it actually bolts where I've got the axle stand. So I'll have to bolt this all up properly when we put the car back on the floor and I can get it on my ramp. But this is going pretty good, so we'll jump over the other side and we'll put that other bolt on. So next what we're going to have to do is lower the front of the rear beam to get these lower trailing arms on. These have all been blasted. I've tapped all the threads so all the bolts should go in nice, and they're also fitted with brand new Graham Good spherical bushers. These cost £523 for a set of 4. These are only on the Cosworth model. A normal Sierra or Escort just runs rubber bushers, so that was a bit of a bummer, pulling out 520 quid for a set of spherical rear bushers. And to fit the rear trailing arms, we've got a selection of new nuts, bolts and washers, all brand new, so it should all go together absolutely perfectly. So we'll just undo them bolts what we've just done up to get the trailing arms in, because I've never done this before and we're learning as we go, fellas. So like I say, we'll undo the front of the rear beam so it drops down so we can get the bolts in for the rear trailing arms. Then we'll put a new washer and nut on the end of the bolt and tighten it up. So with that bolt in and tight, it's then time to jump in the middle of the car and do up one more bolt that holds the rear trailing arm under the car. And it's the same process, new bolt, new washer, new nut and a bit of copper slip. That is the driver's side done. I'll do the passengers, then I'll catch up with you for the next job. Right, now next we're going to build up the rear hubs. We need to put the bearings in. This is where the brake caliper attaches, and unfortunately I've noticed the powder coaters obviously don't know what goes where, but they've powder coated over the seating faces where the brake caliper attaches. So we need to clean that powder coating off while keeping this face perfectly flat for the brake caliper. We need to do it on the front and the back, and to do it while keeping it perfectly flat, I'm going to use a big long file. I'm just going to put it on like that and rub it gently to take the powder coating off. There we go, that'll do. And we'll flip it over, we'll do this side. Same again with the file, nice and flat, rub the powder coating off. Now next we've got some wheel bearings to fit in the hub. See there, will come with the dust shields, and there's a big nut in there that goes on the end of the hub. But these are the bearings. So we'll take one of these out. Now the bearing comes apart, so it's in two parts like that. We need this part here out of both packets. So we'll open this other one. No, this one's already open. So we'll take that out. We'll put them there, and we'll use these. Now normally these get pressed in, but I'm in my garage and I don't have a press. So I've made this. So this is, I'll take the nut off the end. That there is tapered, the exact same taper as what's in the bearings. So we should be able to pull them in with this. I'll show you how it works. So what we'll do is, we'll put a little bit of oil in here first, or grease. And the reason behind the grease is, in my head, it'll stop it rusting. So we'll put a load of grease in there. And hopefully it'll help it slide in a little bit easier as well. So the bearings, one that way. One in that way. Then we'll put our cup thing, what we've made, on there. And then we've got another cup this side. So that goes into there. Then we'll put our nut, our washer even. And a nut on there. Then hopefully when I tighten that nut up, it should pull the bearing housing into the hub. Right, I'm going to put this in the vise to make it a little bit easier. And like I say, if we tighten the nut, it should pull the bearing into its place. Then just like that, we've got a set of rear bearing housings pressed in the rear hub of the car. So let's now get it on the car. So this hub, what we've just pushed the bearing housings into, bolts onto there, through the 4 bolts there. But you can see it's all bare metal behind. So I'm just going to put some general purpose grease on, just to stop it going rusty while we're using it over the year. Just like that. That should stop this getting any rustier. And hopefully protect it over the next year or so when we're using it. Then we'll put this rear hub onto the car, like that. Then with a little bit of thread lock on the threads, we'll put them on the car. I'm going tight with these because I don't want these to come off. Then next we'll get this grease, and this is ideal for wheel bearings. So we'll put some of this on the bearings. So you can see there the bearings are dry at the minute. So we'll just get some of that grease and we'll just pack it all in best we can. Fill the greases, get as much grease in as we can. Get it all around there. Then that, we'll start the back one, so that goes in there. Like that. Then we'll get the other one. We'll pack this one out the same again, loads of grease. Then we'll put that in there. Then next we'll fit these bearing dust shields, and these stop all the grit, the brake dust, everything like that from getting it in your bearings and wearing out prematurely. Now I'm not exactly sure how to fit them, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to try and gently tap them into place with a flathead screwdriver. Right, now next we need to put this part on. This is where your wheel bolts to. Then we've got this part that goes through the bearings, what we've just done. And them splines lock together, and that area here is where your bearings are sitting, what we've just put in. So let's get this on the car. So this hub goes in first. We need to get this diameter in the bearings. Then this part goes into the back. The Then once the two parts are together, there's a nut that goes on the other end and pulls the two parts tightly together and keeps the bearings in place in the hub. So that's the rear hub assembled. One of the last things we need to do is we need to tighten this nut. We can't do it as it is because we've got no brakes on the car, and we need to lock this hub so we can tighten the nut. It needs to go very tight, so that's one of the last jobs, to tighten the nut. Right fellas, I am restoring the underside of my Escort Cosworth, and I got a price for some new rear drive shafts, and there was a fortune. It was like £300 each, so £600 for two. So I went on eBay and I've ordered some parts, and I'm going to have a go at rebuilding them myself. So let's see if we can do it. So this is the original drive shaft. I don't think it's ever been off the car, and you can see it's all rusty. It is also covered in underseal, as someone has undersealed the car and left the drive shafts in place. So these drive shafts need refurbishing. I can't put these back on the car in this state. So to begin with, we're going to remove this small rusty clip that holds the boot to the shaft of the drive shaft. Now, I have never stripped a drive shaft before in my life, and I've certainly never rebuilt one, so hopefully in this video we can make a good job of it. Next we'll move to this big clip that holds the boot to the universal joint. Then with the clips off, we can pull the boot away from the joint and see what's inside. And to get the boot off, I'm going to cut it off with a nice sharp Stanley knife blade. Then next we'll remove these spreader plates and bolts that hold the drive shaft to the diff in the centre of the car, and they also hold it to the hub on the outside of the car. Then we'll flip the drive shaft over and we'll do exactly the same on the other end. We'll start by removing the small rusty clip. Once that's off, we'll go to the big one that holds the top of the boot to the universal joint. Then we'll take the boot off and cut it off. With the boot out the way, we can then remove the bolts and the spreader plates like we've just done on the other end. Then to remove this universal joint from the shaft, we're going to remove this small clip. Then as you can see, thankfully the shaft is all good. We are going to replace these universal joints, so these will go in the bin. So with the shaft away from the universal joints, we need to clean it up. This is a main part we need to keep from these drive shafts. And it's absolutely minging. It's full of underseal and rust, so I took it in the back garden with a knotted wire wheel on an angle grinder and cleaned it up the absolute best I could. I removed every bit of underseal and rust I possibly could. And there we go fellas, all the rust is removed, so let's now mask up the ends so we can paint the shafts and get them looking factory fresh. Before I apply any paint, I'm going to put some epoxy etch primer on so the paint gets a good grip and doesn't come off when we're driving the car. Now the colour I've chose to paint the drive shafts is a satin black. So it's not a gloss, it's not like a shiny black, and it's not a matte, so it's not like a dull finish. It's somewhere in between. It's a satin finish. Once I painted the shafts of the drive shafts, I left them to dry for about 2 days in the garage, so the paint is fully cured. Now let's get on with the rebuild. So we'll start by removing the masking tape I put on to keep the splines clear from the paint. Get a knife under there, we'll get it going. And you can see we've kept the splines nice and clear from the paint. So we'll just quickly take it off this end as well, because obviously there's two ends to a drive shaft. There we go, two nice clean ends. Right, now from here we've got two new joints. So we'll open one, I'll show you what's in. So in the box you get a new CV boot with the metal part on the clips over the joint. We've got a new circlip and two new clamps for the, then in here got the joint, all brand new, you can see there, nice and clean and shiny. Obviously it comes with some grease to lube it all up. So I'm going to start by putting a little bit of oil on the shaft. This is just engine oil and it just helps the rubber boot slide over when it eventually comes. There we go. So we'll just get a bit of oil on there. Then next we'll put the boot on. There we go, it's going in. See the shaft there coming through the boot. So we'll push it through like that. Then we're going to put this on, but this goes with the groove to the boot, so it all locks into place. So you don't want that groove that way in the OD of there, you want it that way. So we'll put a little bit of grease in. So we'll put some grease in there, get it all in the bearings. Now remember, these drive shafts don't move that fast, there's no real movement in them, just mainly with your suspension as it goes up and down. Then with this bag that came with the shafts, I'm just going to poke the grease in. And we'll put a little bit, this is the outer side, so I'm not going to put as much in because it'll just get all over. But we'll put a little bit in there. Yet again on all the bearings. Then with what's left in the packet, I'm just going to squirt it in the boot because it'll all just get in there eventually. So we'll just squirt what's left straight in the boot. You see there, all the grease in the boot. Then we'll just put this on there. I'll try not to get the grease all over because it's messy. Then that just stays on there like that, and when you put your screws in the back there, it goes through and clamps it all up. But next we need to get the circlip on the end of the shaft. So we've got our clip on us. Fuck did that go? So we've got our clip on our circlip pliers. So we'll get it on there, holding it flat against the shaft. Then we'll just push it on with these clips. There we go. Now in place. And to keep it all tidy while we do the back end, I'm going to put it in this bag so the grease doesn't go all over. This is just the bag what came with the shafts, the joint. Only thing left to do on this end is to put this circlip on there. So we'll go from the back end of the drive shaft, drop it along. Then this clip has got little teeth in that click into here. So we want to get as tight as we can at first with the teeth. Then we've got these special tools that I got for eBay, I'll leave them linked below. These are designed to clamp these clamps. So we'll give that a squeeze. And you can see it'll just clamp the rubber all the way around. Oh. Like that. Right, so there's that end done. Keep it in the bag to stop the grease getting all over the place. And we'll flip it over and we'll do this side. Now this side is pretty much the same as the other side except for one important difference, which I'll show you. Before you do anything, all the same parts. I'll leave a link to all the bits what I've used if you've got lucky enough to have a Cosworth and you want to do this yourself. So before you do anything on this end, you want to put this clamp on because it's no good when you get it all built up, then you can't get this on. So we'll put this on first, slide it over. I mean, in theory you could just kind of open it up and bend it on, but you're better off doing it before everything's built. Get the new joint out, slice the bag open. There we go, plenty of grease. We'll flip it over and we'll do this side. Then we'll get our boot on. Same again, I put a bit of oil on here just to help it slide on. Push it down. With the boot on, we'll just put the rest of the grease in the boot. Then we'll get this on. Then we'll get the circlip on the end of the pliers. When you squeeze these pliers, you can see it opens a clip to get on the shaft. So we'll just get that on there. Then with this screwdriver, I'm just going to push this clip into place. Like that. Come back to this little clip. I need to put this on to stop the grease flying out when we're bombing down the motorways. Check it on all the way around, which it is. Then we'll get our pliers and just nip that little clamp up. Now with the drive shafts built up and looking mint, we're going to get them on the car. But before we do anything, I'm going to get this M10 tap and I'm going to clean out all the threads where the drive shaft bolts to. It makes the job of putting the drive shafts back in and bolting the car back together a lot easier when you've got nice clean threads. And what the tap is doing is basically just cleaning the thread. It's removing any dirt, any paint, anything that's in the threads, and it makes putting new bolts in so much easier. This is just a standard M10 tap. You can see how much rust and dust and junk comes out the thread just there on the axle end of the car. Once all the threads are clean, we'll then put the drive shaft in place. And I've got some new spreader plates from Sierra's R Us, and I've also got some new bolts, and we're going to put a little bit of low strength Loctite on to prevent the drive shaft coming loose when we're driving the car. And altogether there's 12 bolts and 6 spreader plates on each drive shaft to put them back on the car. Now before I put them back on the car, I did add a lot more grease to the CV joints, and you can see when I've finished bolting it up, it spreads out the side. Right, so the last job is to tighten these up. Now they have got Loctite on and they're only M12 bolts, so we're not going to go mega tight, we're just going to give them a good tighten, so hopefully they don't come loose when we're driving the car. There's everything tight, so we'll just wipe the excess grease off that's squirted out the sides, and that is that job done. So next we're going to fit a brand new handbrake cable, which I've bought from, I think it was Graham Good Racing. Yeah, it was. See there, it's got the GGR part number on. So we'll get this out the bag and we'll dive under the car, because we're going to start and rebuild the braking system. So there we are, brand new handbrake cable ready to fit to the car. And to fit the handbrake cable, we're going to dive under the car and connect it to the bottom of the handbrake lever. It's actually connected with a small pin and a circlip. Once that's connected, we can then route the cable where it connects to the rear trailing arms. It also goes through a couple of holes and connects to a couple of mounting points on the underside of the chassis of the car. Right, so with that handbrake cable fitted to the car, I am now going to get some brake cleaner and give the discs a clean up. I'm reusing the old ones. They've literally done about 30 mile, so I'm going to reuse these old discs. I'm just going to give them a clean with this brake cleaner. Then we'll put the brake disc back on the car, just like that. Then with the brake disc on, we can fit the caliper, which I just refurbished the other day. If you want to see the video, stripped it all, fully refurbished this caliper. It was all rusty in that before, now it's looking mint. So before we can fit the caliper, we need to take off the bracket, the floating bracket for the caliper, which is just held in place with a couple of 13mm nuts. And to fit the brake caliper floating bracket, we're going to use a little bit of Loctite on a brand new bolt. Once the brake pads are in, we'll then connect the handbrake cable, what we've just fitted to the car, to the caliper, route it in all the correct place, and put the caliper on the car. And we're also refitting the reconditioned caliper with a brand new set of bolts and a little bit of Loctite, so it doesn't come loose. And there we have it, fellas, my calipers that I've reconditioned, fitted back on the car and looking mint. They look an absolute 100 times better than what was there before, so I'm over the moon with how these have turned out, providing the work when we're going to test drive. So for the next job, fellas, we're going to fit the rear suspension on the car. Now these are coilovers. I was going to go with some traditional spring and shock type setup, but I just want to get the car back on the wheels So we're going to refit the rear coilovers, and we're going to start by fitting it at the bottom. To mount the bottom of the coilover, I've got a brand new bolt that goes through there. Then we're going to also fit a brand new washer on the end there and a brand new nut. Then we'll nip it up with a 19mm socket and a 17mm spanner. Once the coilover is connected at the bottom of the rear trailing arm, we'll then jump inside the boot to the rear strut turret, and we'll connect the coilover at the top. Now it's a little bit more complicated inside the boot because we also have a rear strut brace that we need to reconnect. But as you can see, fellas, job done. Right, so with them rear coilovers fitted and the bottom arms nicely open in place, I'm now going to start on the rear brake lines. And thanks to the boys at Hell, they've sent us some new rear flexi brake lines, braided brake lines, proper nice bits of kit. So let's open it up and we'll see what's inside. So you can see there, they're the options what you get for the brake lines. I've gone for this one here, this third one in, which is like a clear braided line. But in here we've got our new brake lines. We've got 6, so we've got 2 for the front and 4 for the back. So let's fit the rear brake lines. We're going to start coming directly out the brake caliper. So I'm going to remove this bit of tape that I put on to keep the stuff out of my new rear brake caliper when I refurbished. Then we'll open these brake lines. I will leave a link to these guys on the website, fellas, because like I say, they were kind enough to send us these. So we've got 2 brake lines and the hardware to fit them. We've got new copper washers and some nuts in there. So let's start by screwing this into the brake caliper, and then we'll nip it up with our spanner. Not going too tight with them, just tight enough. Right, then this end goes into there. Then we'll get our hard line, and that goes along here. And there's a little tab that will just bend up here to hold this copper line in place. Like that. Then we'll slide the copper line and we'll knock that down. Then we'll get our new nut, and that goes on the bottom of there. And that just keeps the braided line in place. There's no need to go tight with anything on these brake lines, fellas. We're just nipping it all up for now. You can always nip the leaks up after. Then we'll put our copper line on. Should be tight enough. So you can see we've got the new brake line coming out the rear caliper that then drops down into the copper hard line that goes along the rear trailing arm. Then we'll get our second Hell brake line that connects from the trailing arm to the chassis. As a machinist, I look at machine parts and these look absolutely top quality. Get a focus there, look at that, man. That nice thread, nicely machined on here, just nice. Anyway, let's get it on the car. So you can see on this brand new brake line, it's got a flat spot there where it's not fully round, it's got a big flat. And there's also a flat on this hole on the car. So this brake line should fit perfectly in there. And then we can reattach this hard line onto there. Snip that up. Once everything's nipped up, you then hold the brake line in place with a special brake line clip. Now the original ones were rusty, so I got some nice new ones off eBay for a couple of quid. Then once it's attached at the rear trailing arm, we can then move to the chassis of the car where it attaches to another hard line. Right, so for our next party trick, we're going to connect the brakes from the servo at the front of the car to the rear brake lines. So in here, in this package here, what I got from eBay, we have some conifer or conifer line. Check it out. Now this isn't copper. People recommend you don't use copper on the ABS brakes. So this is, I think it's called conifer or conifer, and it's a mix between nickel and something else. Maybe it's copper. So we've got about 12 foot of this and some fittings in the bag. Right, so let's start by unrolling the line. Now one thing that will annoy me is if this pipe isn't perfectly straight. So because I'm a bit silly, I spent more than I care to admit on this little device. What you do is, if you see the line, I'll leave a link to one of these by the way in the description, but you can see how the line's not straight. What you do is you feed it in the back there, roll it through, and watch this. Keep rolling it up and down, and it gets your brake line nice and straight. Look at that. Mint. Like I say, I'll leave a link to one of these in the description, but be careful because sometimes you jam your fingers in the end and it hurts. So we've got our bag of bits. So we'll go and see which one we need that goes in the area on the servo of the car. I think it's a big one, to be honest. There's two different sizes in the bag. Big ones and little ones. I think it's a big one that goes on the servo like that. Right, so let's dive under the car at the front wheel well. Alright, then this goes. Alright, get my arm in there. Oh yes, that's it. That is it. Right, so now that we've got the little end we need, we're going to slide it over the end of this bit of brake pipe. Then we need to do the end of the pipe so it's got the right shape on to go on the end of the servo. And in this box we have all the proper equipment we need to put the right shape on the end of the pipe. So we've got this, and this is like a die. We need that end, that goes in there. I'll show you how to do it. We've got this little device and we're going to put the stop in the end like that. Then you put your pipe in hard against this stop, and we'll clamp that down. Next we'll remove this stop, what we'll put in the end of the tool. Then we use a little bit of grease. Grease your little tool up like that, just a little bit of dollop of grease on the end. Then you put your greased up bolt in the hole. Then we'll crank on this die bolt with a 17mm spanner. You take it all the way in, as tight as it'll go to the end, like that. And then when it's all the way in, we'll take it all the way back out. Try not to jam your fingers when you undo it, like I've just done. Looking good. Right, I'll take this off and I'll show you. Then there we have it, a nice end ready to go on in the brake servo with the correct fitting on the end. Right, now for this next part I need to get under the car and bend this pipe where it needs to go. It's a bit of a twisty bend. Right, now that brake line is connected at the front of the car into the servo, so I'm going to make sure I've got enough to reach where I need at the back, and then with this tool we're going to cut off the excess brake line, what I don't need. And this tool is just basically like a pipe cutting tool, what a plumber would use in your house on the copper lines on your radiators. So you just put it in there, nip it up, spin it, nip it, spin it, nip it, spin it, nip it. Eventually it'll just snap off with a nice clean brake on the end. There we go. And you can see at the minute the brake line is absolutely all over the place. So we're going to get this tool back out and run it along the brake line and get it nice and straight. Goes onto there. Careful with your fingers. Oh yeah, man. There we go. Right, then we'll run this guy down the full length of the brake line, getting it nice and straight. I ran the tool all the way along the brake line to the front of the car as far as I could get. I want the brake lines nice and straight because they look absolutely terrible if they're all crooked and all over the place. Your toes, fellas, it's coming along. And to fit the new brake line under the car, we've got some new clips along with some new stainless steel screws. And unless those crafty Chinese people are copying Ford parts now, you can tell these are genuine Ford parts by the Ford logo on the plastic. Right, now there's 4 clips and each one just clips onto that bracket, like that. And you clip your brake line in, like that. Then with a Phillips screwdriver, we'll just screw that, screw in. We will need to undo that later to put the fuel lines on, but that's how the brake lines are held in place on an Escort Cosworth. Right, so there is the brake line clipped under the car. We now just need to get it bent up here and under the chassis, and then connect it just here, just above the rear diff. Now this was a bit of a difficult job, fellas. It wasn't easy. There was a lot of bending of the pipe, a lot of twisting of the pipe, a lot of swearing, to be honest. It wasn't the most fun job. I had to keep trimming the pipe down to get to the exact right length to go into the hard line at the back of the car. Once I got the right length, I then got that tool back out to put the proper end on for the connector so it doesn't leak, all while trying to work around the rear beam and the diff. Once it was at the right length with the right connector on, it's then just a case of fastening the new hard line into the other hard line just above the rear diff. Right, so next fellas, you might remember when I stripped the car, I took the ABS sensors out the back of the hubs and they were absolutely rotten. Literally the aluminium fell to bits, goosed, no good. So for the measly sum of about £100 each, I've managed to get 2 new ABS sensors. So let's whack them on the car. So start off by taking one out of the bag. Like I say, these are absolute brand spanking new. I don't think they're actually Ford. I think they're just a generic, like a Bosch thing. So you can see there, all brand new. This is the part that was rotten on the original when we took them off. We'll start by putting this end on the rear hub. And we're going to fit it with a new M6 bolt. Right, so the ABS sensor goes just there on the hub. Then the M5 bolt drops in. Then we'll tighten the M5 bolt up with a 10mm headed spanner. Then with these little clips that clip on the bottom arm to hold the cable in place. Then the cable goes in this hole just here where we've got some tape on. Then this is where the sensors came into the car, so we'll pull that little grommet into place. Then there's a clip somewhere here for our new sensor to plug into, just like that. Then there we have it fellas, short of bleeding the brakes, I'm not putting any brake fluid in at the minute. The braking system should be done on the car. We've our new brake lines from the front servo in the engine bay all the way to the rear calipers. We've also fitted a brand new handbrake cable and 2 brand new ABS sensors on the rear hubs. So hopefully soon we can bleed this system and check it's working. And on this video what we're going to try and get done is the fuel system, and we're going to start with this fuel rail. Now I am in a bit of a rush as I am moving house, so I need to get the car running as soon as possible. So we're going to start by removing these clips that hold the injectors in place. And then this part here of the fuel rail should be a fuel pressure regulator, but someone has added like a bypass or a blanking plate, so we're going to go back to the original setup. So we need to remove this with a set of circlip pliers just to get that circlip on there. Then we'll give it a little squeeze, just like that, it comes out. Then we can take this bonny old thing off like that. Like I say, this should be a fuel pressure regulator, but someone has added this like a bypass valve type thing, so that is going in the bin. We'll then remove all these clips and hoses off it. I think you can see someone's painted this bit red, so I'm going to give that a quick coat with some matte black just to tidy the fuel rail up a bit, so it looks a bit nicer when we put it back on the car. We'll mask all these areas off where the fuel injectors sit, just to keep it nice and clean so we don't get any leaks when we build it back up. Now we're not trying to take the fuel rail back down to better steel, we're just trying to key it up so the fresh paint will stick to it. But before we do that, I had to remove this touch-up pen which someone had obviously got for Christmas and gone to town on the car. There's a load of it under the engine bay. So I removed the majority of the touch-up pen with a Stanley knife, then rubbed the rest of the fuel rail down with a bit of 800 wet and dry. So let's get this fuel rail all masked up, and to mask this hole, which will be quite complicated, I'm going to use what we took out, which is this blanking plate thing. So I'm just going to drop that in there. We'll let that get covered in paint, but that'll obviously seal that hole. Then we'll mask this bit up where the fuel comes in, or out, I'm not quite sure yet, but we'll mask that up so there's no paint gets in the fuel rail. Then the last bit to mask up is these little injector pots. This is a 4-cylinder car, so there's 4 of these little pots to mask up. So yet again, same process as the other thing, fellas. A bit of masking tape. Then we'll put the bit of masking tape around there, and you can see the way Ford's done it as well. I'm guessing they've done something similar because there's a line around where it isn't painted. So we're going to follow that line. So now it's all masked up, I'm going to give it a quick wipe down with some panel wipe so the paint doesn't react and it gets a good like adhesion, good stickiness. So we'll give it a quite quick wipe down with some blue roll and some panel wipe. Once I cleaned the fuel reel down, I then got some high temp paint, and the reason I went for high temp paint is this fuel reel is kind of buried in the middle of the engine. Right, so here is the fuel pressure regulator all painted. So let's now take all the masking tape off what we put on. Then we should be able to take out this fuel pressure regulating blanket. It should be all nicely masked up in there. Perfect. Right, so this here is a bit of pipe I've removed from the fuel reel. It carries fuel and it connects onto that little connector there. And you can see it here on an engine what it should look like. It comes up from the fuel pipe that runs under the car along the top of the inlet manifold, and it then hooks up and down onto the fuel reel right next to the dipstick you can see there in yellow. And you can see when Ford's made it, they've put like some plastic pipe inside a bit of rubber tubing. So that's what we're going to do. It's about 2 foot long what we need to do. And to do that job, I've got some new nylon hose. This is proper stuff for fuel. It's what you need for fuel. And I've also got some fuel hose that should fit into there. And that should make it look like what we've taken off. So we need to figure out how to get about 2 foot of this over this plastic pipe. Before we start with any rubber hose, we're going to first start by putting some plastic pipe on the end of this fuel reel. And to do that, we've got a brake pipe flaring kit. Now, you might be wondering why I'm using one of these. The plastic hose I've got is 6mm in diameter. And with this kit, I can clamp a 6mm hose. So, we're going to get the kit out and we're going to put the black hose inside the brake flaring kit and clamp it down. Now follow along. With the nylon hose clamped down, we're then going to feed it through a silicone gun and put the fuel reel in with it. And then with it in place, we're going to gently push the barbed end of the fuel reel onto the nylon hose. And you can see it went on absolutely perfectly. And if we can take it off, that looks exactly as Ford would have done it. So next we need to get this rubber hose on the nylon hose. So let's blast some WD-40 in and a little bit of engine oil, and we'll cover the nylon hose so it's nice and slippy. And with plenty of oil, a load of brute force and a bit of swearing, I've managed to get it in place. Right, now that the hose is on, we're going to clip it in place with these clips what we've taken off the old hose. These are the genuine Ford clips, so that just literally, that's like a circle. It just clips there onto the hose. Then we'll clip it here onto the fuel reel, just like that. Right, then next we've also got from, I think this is Graham Good Racing, yes it is, I can see the receipt there. We've got a brand new fuel pressure regulator for a small turbo, which I've got Escort Cosworth. Look at that, absolutely brand spanking new fuel pressure regulator. So we'll fit this on the fuel reel. Right, so I've also blew this out with the airline so there's no stuff in there, but we'll just fit this new fuel pressure regulator. Just pushes into place. Then that's held in place with the original circlip. It just goes over there. Now next we've got the injectors that have been cleaned by PGA Motorsport. It cleans out, it changes all the seals and the little baskets and that, all the stuff that have been taken off the current injectors is sent back in a bag so we can see exactly what's been changed. So in here we should have a brand new, or at least a cleaned and floor tested fuel injector. There we go. All new seals, new baskets, new bits on the end. Now I was tempted to paint these, but I've left them because I didn't want to damage them really. It's like £500 for a set of injectors. So I've left them, they've just been cleaned and floor tested. So what we'll do is we'll put a little bit of oil on the seal. There we go, just a little smidge, and we'll wipe it around. Then that injector should just pop into there. Like that. Then we'll put one of these clips on to hold the injector in place. Then there's the injector back on the fuel reel. So we've got another 3 to do. Then we should be able to put the fuel reel on the car. So there is the fuel reel built up. We've got the new fuel pressure regulator, 4 cleaned injectors, the original ones. Like I say, I haven't painted them because I didn't want to damage them. So they are the injectors look a bit tatty, but who on earth is ever going to see me injectors? So let's get this on the car. To get it on the car, we'll move these wires out of the way. These are the injector wires that power the injectors. when I took this off, I put some masking tape on just to see if anything getting in the inlet manifold. So we'll take this masking tape off, like that. Then we'll carefully put our new fuel rail, our reconditioned fuel rail, into place. So with the cleaned injectors now fitted and the new fuel rail bolted in place with a nice new zinc plated bolt, let's move on to another part of the fuel system. Right, so in here we should have a brand new fuel filter. This is from Good Racing. Take it out there. Oh, so we've got a new fuel filter there with electrical connectors and everything we need to fit it on our fuel sender, which is here. Now this was a bit rusty, so I've cleaned it up, but there's no real pressure in the fuel tank, so this should be alright. See, it's all nicely sealed up in this bag, so it doesn't get, I don't know, junk all over it. It's full of oil as well. Right. So, we need to take this part off the end. We'll keep that copper washer on there. Then this should just screw on the end of here. Then we've got some wires we need to connect. So obviously red to red, black to blue. So we'll just tighten that nut up there. See, that's live for the fuel pump. I think I might test this before we'll put it in the fuel tank as well. And we'll spin it round. This is obviously the negative. So just a quick test before we bolt everything up and into place. We're going to quickly knock the ignition on and check the fuel pump's working. And as you can see, it's working perfectly. So that is spot on. So now that we know the fuel pump's working, let's build it back up in the tank. But I've also got a new sealing ring to go on, and that just drops on there to stop any stuff getting in your fuel tank. Then we'll put the new fuel pump in the hole with the bracket on. Like that. Then we've got this new sealing ring to hold it all in place. Then we'll just gently tap it around with a hammer, with a screwdriver. Then we'll just fix the power supply to the fuel pump. Then we'll connect the breather onto the top of the tank, like that. So next we're going to fit the filler neck. This was all full of schultz, so I've cleaned it up and got it looking a lot better than it was. All the pipe looks nice and that now. So we're going to fit it on the tank, but I've also got a new clip to hold it in place. So we'll get the new clip out the bag. But then that just pushes onto there. Like that. Then we'll do this Jubilee clip up with a socket. I don't like using a screwdriver because there's a chance you might knock the end of the screw and it just turns into a mess, doesn't it? So if you use a proper socket, you can tighten it up nice and tight and it doesn't mash up the little hex on the end. So now the fuel tank is ready to go on the car and we've got the fuel rail fitted to the car. We need to connect the two together. Now the original steel fuel lines that run under the Escort were absolutely goosed, so I've bought some brand spanking new ones. These are the same diameter as the original fuel lines and they're also zinc plated or galvanised so they won't rust, and they're all properly bent in all the right places, so they should literally bolt straight onto the car and go around all the chassis and just fit perfect. Now these did get delivered in the post, so you can see they've been attached to like a fixture so they don't get bent. So we'll just cut all the tape where it's been mounted to the fixture to hold it. And you can see they've got a red and white mark. Now without doing any research, I'm going to guess the red is the high pressure line and the white is the return. So with the new fuel lines under the car with a couple of clips and some screws, they're held securely in place with all genuine Ford fittings. Now unfortunately I've got some bad news. I've took a deposit on the Escort. Literally it's been my dream car, a solid coloured Escort Cosworth with cloth seats. It's got 50,000 miles, it's an ideal car for me. But anyway, I've took a deposit on the car. Now, I've got that fuel rail plumbed up, but the clips I need to get it working are going to take about 2 weeks to arrive. I haven't got 2 weeks, I've got maybe a week to get as much done on the car as possible. So I bought these clips for the fuel line and they're no good. So the lad who's buying it has basically just said, try and get as much done as you can to get it rolling and possibly running. So we're going to cut all that work I've just done, we're going to cut it off and just use some fuel line. So in here we've got some brand new grade of fuel line, and to connect the fuel line, this is what I would use. These are called a double ear clamp, and that would just go on there and it will go straight onto the metal fuel lines I've just bought. But the lad who's buying it doesn't want these using. So I've ordered a full pack of Jubilee clips. This is what the lad wants the fuel lines putting on with, so that's what we're going to use. So let's undo all these fuel lines that I've just made, and we'll try and get the car running the best we can for the lad to pick it up. Like I say, I've got about a week. And to remove the fuel lines, what I've just spent all that time making, I'm just going to get a Stanley knife and cut the fuel line down the middle so it pulls off the fuel rail. Right, so let's put that Jubilee clip on. Then we'll put the fuel hose on the fuel rail, and we'll tighten that Jubilee clip up. And to tighten it up, I'm going to use a proper socket, not a screwdriver, because I don't want to knock the end of the Jubilee clip. Like that. And that is stuck on there good and tight. We can then route it and clip it into these fittings. Right, so that's a fuel system wired up. We've got it on there that goes along down to the high pressure line, and we've got it here on the fuel pressure regulator, and we've also got the fuel pressure regulator wired up and plumbed in. Now I am going to go on the record here, and the lad that's buying it has said basically he only wants it running to get it on and off the trailer. So that's all I'm doing. This isn't like it's a reliable fix, but it's not a long-term fix. This is purely to get the car on and off the trailer. So let's now move back to the fuel tank end of the car. Right, so next at the back of the car, we need to get the fuel out the fuel tank. And on the tank, this is the high pressure fuel out, and this is the fuel return. So we're going to start on the high pressure fuel out, and to do that we need a bit of hose that goes from the tank to this fuel filter. This is the fuel filter I fitted on the car a couple of months ago. When I got the car, I changed the fuel filter, and this is pretty much a brand new fuel filter. But we're not going to use it. I've got a new one to go on, so we'll take this one out the bracket. Then we've got a brand new Bosch one ready to go on, so we'll slide it in the bracket. And you can see it's got arrows with that, and you can see it's got arrows to tell you which way the fuel goes. So your fuel is going to come out the tank in this way from the pump, then goes out this end to the engine. So we'll put this like that, and we'll nip that screw up, and I'm just going to quickly bolt this to the underside of the car. And the fuel filter is held in place by one M8 13mm bolt, and you can see it tucks up on the floor under the rear seat. So now let's make the high pressure fuel line that goes from the fuel pump to the fuel filter, which is just over there under the car. And to do that, we've got a selection of bits and pieces. We've got some banjo fittings and an aero equip fitting which will go directly to the fuel tank. So first let's put that Jubilee clip on there, then we'll fit the aero equip fitting onto that hose. Oh, that's tight. So we'll just push that onto there as far as we can, like that. Then we'll put that Jubilee clip up, and we're going to nip it up with a proper socket, not a screwdriver, so like I say, we don't damage the screw on the end. Like I say, fellas, this isn't the way I would do it normally with these Jubilee clips. This is the way the lad who's buying the car wants it doing. There we go, that's nice and tight on there. Then we'll connect that hose what we've just made onto the fuel pump. And we'll just nip it up with this spanner. It's an aluminium fitting, so we can't go too tight or we'll just strip the threads. Then the fuel return here, which obviously is the return from the engine, we're just going to put the pipe straight on with a Jubilee clip. That's everything wired up, plumbed in nice and tight, so we can now fit the fuel tank on the car. And the fuel tank's just held in place with two straps. Each strap has got an M10 bolt on the end. Then the fuel filler goes into the fuel filler neck, what we welded up a few videos ago. So with a little screw holding the fuel filler neck in place, let's now try the fuel filler cap and make sure it all goes together. That's that job done, fellas. So with the fuel system now all plumbed in on the car, before I'm even going to try and start it, I'm going to put the exhaust on. There's two parts. This is the centre section. Before we put the exhaust on, I've got a brand new exhaust clamp here, so we're going to put that over there, like that. Then we'll jump under the car, get the exhaust hanging in place, but we're not tightening anything up just yet. We're going to leave it all loose. Now with the centre section fitted, let's now fit the back box. Now listen fellas, I'm gutted to be saying this, I'm gutted the car's sold, but I really wanted to clean all the exhaust up, maybe even buy a new one, or at least just even polish it up, you see, where, I don't know, like it's got a black ring round it. You're seeing it's all worn off. I would like to have repainted that and just made it look all nice and pretty, but unfortunately it's going to have to go back on the way it is. Like I say, the fella who's buying it just wants it at least rolling to get it on a truck. If I can get it running, even better. So let's get the back box on the car, and just like the centre section, we're going to put a new exhaust clamp. I'll have to slacken that off a bit. You see how it works, the exhaust clamp there. As you clamp this screw, it pulls that in like that, clamps it up. Do you know what I mean? As that screw goes in, it clamps that up. So we'll just slacken it off, then we'll put it over the back box. Then we'll get the back box on the car. So it goes on like that. And something I do to get exhaust rubbers on, which I find helps, is I put a little bit of WD-40 type stuff in the hanger, and you'll find it'll just push on a lot easier. With the exhaust in place, we can then fit the body coloured rear bumper. Now this is unique to an Escort Cosworth, this rear bumper, and it's held in place with 4 13mm nuts that are inside the boot. Then with the bumper fitted, we're going to fit this rear reg plate light. So we've got 2 wires that are just going to pop into there, one there, one there. Then that'll just pop in the bumper like that. Now with the rear bumper fitted, we can then tighten up the exhaust. So we're going to start at the front, and we're going to do up the clamp with a 13mm socket. We're not going to go mega tight with it, fellas, just tight enough that the exhaust doesn't fall off. And to be honest, this car was running without these exhaust clamps the full time I've had it from buying it. So the exhaust isn't going to come off even if these are loose, which we're not leaving them loose. So this is the moment I've been waiting for, fellas. Let's get the petrol station, we'll get some petrol, and we're going to put it in the car, and fingers crossed it starts. We'll put the petrol in, and as it's going in, I'm going to look under the car for leaks. The tank on the car is like a 50 litre tank, and we're putting 10 litres of fuel in, so we should get just under a quarter of a tank of the 2 jerry cans. So let's turn the ignition on. The fuel pump will then pressurise the full system to about 3.5-4 bar, and we'll check for any leaks. And guess what, fellas? It started first time, absolutely buzzing. Now you might think this sounds a bit rattly. We've got to remember all the lifters in the engine, the hydraulic lifters, have all drained with oil, so it's going to build the oil pressure and it quietens down. Now it does sound a lot more rattly on this video than it does in real life, but trust us, the engine is spot on and I am over the moon. There's no fuel leaks, so now we've got the engine running and I'm over the moon about that. We're now going to bleed the brakes. To bleed the brakes, we're going to use a special bottle that will pump up, and it puts air in the system, and it literally just blows the brake fluid through all the lines and out the bleed nipples. And this here is the bottle. So what you do is you pump it up like that, it gets some pressure in and it blows the air through. So we're going to put some brake fluid in here. I've got a full thing of brake fluid here, brand new. Right, that should be enough. So we'll put the lid back on. We'll nip it up with this spanner. On the brake reservoir, we'll take the cap off. Let the stuff drain out. Right, then we'll put this cap on. Then on this bottle, we'll connect this end to the brake reservoir. Then we'll pump the bottle up, put some pressure in the system. We've got 10 psi in there, so enough I hope to do the job. We're also going to put the ignition on so the brake reservoir's got power going to it and it is fully primed. Right, so we'll take this cover off the bleed nipple, put our spanner on, and with this system you don't need to pump the brake pedal like you had to in the olden days. Literally just put that bottle on This will collect all the brake fluid what we're not using. Then if we crack this, there's the brake fluid coming down the hose. Then that's the driver's side rear brake caliper blade. So we'll jump over, we'll do the passenger side, and it's exactly the same process. Super simple fellas, easy job. Once that's done, we can get the wheels on. Now these tyres have done about 30 miles, they've been nowhere really. But how nice do these wheels look with them tyres? Once the wheels are on, we can get the car back on the floor. Unbelievable, it's been up in the air for about 6 months. So once it's on the floor, back first, then the front, we'll check it still starts. So the car's back on the floor. This is such a sad but happy time for me. Like, I'm happy I've got the car back on the floor, back running. But I'm sad because it is where it is sold. So let's move it for the first time ever since I've put it back on the floor. I mean, it's moving. It's a good start. Try not to scratch it. Right, I'm going to pull it outside and I'm going to give it a good clean because it's absolutely minging with dust and dirt. Right, that's it fellas, I've managed to get the Escort back running and driving, so unfortunately it's going to be going. Now if you'd have told me 5 years ago I would own an Escort Cosworth while still having me 3-door, I would never have believed you. And if you'd have told us 5 months ago, just after I bought the Escort, I'd be selling it now, I wouldn't have believed you. So listen, you don't know what life's going to throw at you. I don't know what the moral of the story of this is, but I hope you enjoyed the video. Don't forget to stick around and see what I get up to. But yeah, again, thanks for watching, and I'll catch you on the next video. Cheers.